Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I am Kate Warren, Executive Vice President, Executive Editor at Devex, and we are delighted to once again have a full room of so many of you joining us for what is now our third day of events here in the sidelines of UNGA. Thank you also to everyone who is joining online. We're glad that you're able to participate in these conversations we have today. We have a very exciting lineup for you this afternoon. We'll be digging into all kinds of topics such as climate, health, food security, and really rethinking, reimagining how we try to tackle these SDGs that we all are so passionate to working on. We have a lot of partners that have contributed to making this event a success that I would like to give a special thank you to. We have our innovation partners, Abbott, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, Catholic Relief Services, Food for the Hungry, the Fred Hollows Foundation, Heifer International, Medtronics Labs, One Site Essilor Luxottica Foundation, and Open Society Foundations. You'll be hearing more about some of them in our program today. We've also been hosting some other events. Some of you maybe were here this morning with our ecosystem partners, including AstraZeneca, the Country Connector and Private Sector and Health, GSK, MSD for Mothers, New Globe, the RBM Partnership to End Malaria, UNWFP USA, and our supporting partners, HemaQ and the Task Force for Global Health. So thank you so much for your support. We really appreciate it. Also, a huge thank you to our pro members who are in the room or joining online. Your support allows us to do what we do. We have a whole team of journalists that are covering the city this week. We have journalists who are joining remotely so that we can bring you all of the important insights, information on what's happening around New York. Make sure you are subscribed to our Devex Newswire. We will have a special edition coming out on Monday with everything you need to know about what happened this week, authored by our senior reporter, Colin Lynch, who you're going to be hearing from in just a moment. But stay tuned. We have a really exciting lineup. We will have a networking break in the middle of the day. We will close with reception. So we hope that you can sit back, enjoy, connect with each other, and really learn from our exciting speakers we have. But we will be kicking off with my colleague, senior reporter Colin Lynch, with the interview with Amy Pope. But thank you all.
Hello, thanks for joining us. So we're going to start off with an interview with Amy Pope, who has not started her new job, but then the 1st of October, she will be the new Director General of the International Organization for Migration. So I'm happy to get this started. We have a pretty short exchange for like 10 minutes, so why don't we jump right into it? Have a seat.
Where's our fire? Aren't we supposed to have a fireside?
Oh yeah, there we go. All right, so let me get this. Okay, so you have just come off of a very rough and tumble political campaign, something you don't really see in the UN world very much. And you're starting up very quickly. You're going to have a very big role and responsibility coming up. In one of your campaign sort of, I wouldn't say complaints, but concerns was that, IOM has a pretty large budget of about $3 billion, but the vast majority of that is not discretionary funding. You don't get to decide how to spend that money. It's contributions from member states, and they tell you what they wanted to spend on it. And so I think you had concerns about the constraints of that place on having a more strategic approach to determining how IOM did its job. So maybe you could talk a little bit about that.
Sure. And first of all, thank you for having me, and thanks for the great work that you do in educating the public about the work we do and our partners in the humanitarian space. So when I decided to run for the head of the International Organization for Migration, I did so because personally, aside from where the U.S. government is, I personally believe there is much more that we can do as an organization to anticipate and respond to the displacement pressures that we're seeing around the world. And I'll just take an obvious one that we're all talking about right now, climate change, right? We know that climate is displacing people already in very significant numbers. Just 2 weeks ago, I was in northern Kenya at Dadaab, where we saw 100,000 people cross the border from Somalia because of the drought. Now, drought is one of those things where we should be able to anticipate and work with communities to respond well before you have 3 million people who are on the road with nothing except for the clothes they're wearing on their backs. But really, the international community did almost nothing to respond after drought season 1, drought season 2, drought season 3, drought season 4. Lo and behold, drought season 5, 1 million people are on the move, and we then spend hundreds of millions of dollars in response. So my view is that the better, smarter way to ensure that we are putting our money to good use and saving more lives is to be able to anticipate and respond well before communities are displaced en masse. That's what I'd like to do with IOM. That does mean putting some money and resources into that prevention, into that data analysis. And people don't love to fund prevention, right? The money comes when the disasters happen. But unfortunately, that means the money comes after lots of lives have been lost.
Right. If you talk to any head of any UN agency over the last 5 years, including your soon-to-be predecessor, they would say that they have been focused on preventive action, that they have been focusing on trying to anticipate the impact of climate change. I mean, they've all been talking about these issues. So at IOM, I mean, what was it that you weren't doing? Like, how would it be different? I mean, if there is an example of somewhere where you think you could have been more proactive and you weren't.
So right now, IOM has tended to work mission by mission, country office by country office. That means that we might have incredible innovations in a place like Colombia or in Costa Rica, but our mission in Bangladesh has no idea what has happened and what has worked, right? Now, some of that is a function of each office having to fundraise and make its own case for its resources, but some of it we at the headquarters level can do more to make sure that people understand what the best practices are and how to find them and use them and adapt them to the communities we serve. Now, some of this means embracing technology in ways that we haven't. You know, I walked into IOM and I came from the US government, and those of you who've worked in the US government will know that our computer systems are not cutting edge. IOM was basically in 1996, right? It was like, the little, little beeping dots, right, that show up, right? We need to be using the innovative tools that technology has already created, but we don't. So that's where we start.
Right. So let me take you back to something else you said on the campaign. You were quite critical of your predecessor about the lack of sort of travel to the southern hemisphere in the Americas. And I wanted to talk a little bit. I mean, you were backed by the U.S. government. Migration is a very big, sensitive political issue in the United States. How much of a priority is this going to be? What are you going to be doing differently than you did before? And sort of how do you kind of manage sort of your role as a UN and kind of try to sort of step aside away from the American kind of culture wars, which can be quite dangerous
Toxic,
for anybody.
Yes. Yeah. So I mentioned my first priority is climate and climate impact on displacement. My two other priorities speak to this. Number 2 is building more regular pathways for migration. Number 3 is partnering with the private sector and others to create a more an ecosystem where people can have better migration outcomes. So that means if you look in Latin America right now, we are seeing historic numbers of people crossing the Americas. And this isn't a U.S. southern border problem. Yes, the U.S. does have a problem on its southern border, but it is impacting communities in the in the south of South America, as well as across Central America, all the way through Mexico. But the major issue and the major failure of our international system at this moment in time is that we have built a system to respond to the needs of refugees, meaning that people who are displaced as a result of persecution because they belong to a certain social group or their nationality. The international system does not yet have in place ways of protecting and providing alternatives to people who are displaced by extreme poverty, for example, or people who are displaced by climate disaster. So my view is that if we're really going to be able to respond to some of the most pressing issues of our day, we need to build systems where people who cannot survive or find a job at home, who cannot feed their children, to be able to find an alternative. And that to me is what's exciting about working in Latin America, because there's tremendous potential. And then you layer on the demographic changes between, especially across the Southern Hemisphere, and the aging populations in the North. And it quickly becomes apparent that migration is going to be an important tool in order to continue innovation, development, to continue to see economies run. So for me, this is about building pathways that enable continued innovation, development, and outcomes that work for the migrants themselves, yes, the communities they come from, and the communities they're going to.
Right, and trying to manage sort of the potential political outcome, which is often more extremist, sort of migrant governments, right? Which we're seeing.
Absolutely. And I hear the same thing from colleagues in Europe. When they see people on a boat coming across the Mediterranean, it fuels a very polarized debate. When a person comes for a job on an airplane, goes, is contributing to the economy, contributing to innovation and development, there's no peep. People are grateful and excited about the capacity of that person. Right. So my goal is to make sure we enable those better outcomes as much as possible.
Right. I want to make sure I got to another topic, to Somalia, before you left, but we did a piece earlier in the week about a fairly widespread and systematic aid theft crisis in Somalia, IDPs fleeing their homes during the drought, are sort of going to settling in camps around some of the major cities, and they're finding that they have to pay up to 20-25% of their aid in order to get access to food and other supplies from the international community. So, are we sort of at a point where the UN agencies are just not able to manage these funds responsibly? Or, is it a situation where we just have to accept the fact that in some of these conflict zones that a certain level of corruption is justifiable, and there's no alternative to it because the alternative is mass loss of life?
So I think there's a option C, not surprisingly. One, we have to set high expectations, and we have to have the systems in place to avoid the diversion of resources. That means, for us, it means putting biometric controls in place. It means working with our sister agencies, for example, the World Food Program, so that we're deduplicating and making sure that people are not applying multiple times with one identity. It means working with communities to provide land, because one of the issues in Somalia is that people were moving onto private land, and the private landowners were extracting money. So there are a whole range of things, and then having third-party independent monitors, and thank you, Colin, for the work you do to make sure that we're all paying attention to it. But there is another piece of it, which is that we're working in places where there's been protracted conflict, extreme poverty, dire humanitarian needs. And one of the things that actually concerns me more is when I'm in a place where I have been to Somalia and I talk to communities and they say, I've been waiting for food for months and I still cannot get my card to work, and they're not recognizing my card. And so, my sister has been sharing her portions with me to get us through. And then you put on top of that the very significant cuts in humanitarian assistance, not because governments are cutting, just because the crises are outnumbering the resources. And that at the moment, WFP resources in places like Somalia are going to drop to about 60% of what they are. And you think, okay, how do I mitigate? My number one goal is to make sure people don't die.
Right, so you have to maintain government donor support for these projects. The EU is apparently suspended funding, they claimed, according to a report in Reuters. I hear whispers about similar issues in Afghanistan and Yemen. How are you going to get a handle on this? I mean, I sort of feel like if I really, me and other reporters put enough time into this, we could spend the next 6 months doing similar stories in other UN duty stations. So how do you kind of address that and also convince the people who are giving money to keep giving it?
Number one is just being transparent, right? It's not trying to hide what we know can often be risks, but also not trying to hide when we know things aren't going well,
Right.
and bringing the donor community along with us as we build a more transparent and effective system.
Great. All right. Well, our time is up. But anyway, thank you so much, Amy.
It's my
It's
pleasure.
great
Thanks
to
very much.
meet you in person. Take care. All right. Take care. Okay. Thank you. Just one second. All right. So I'm going to now sort of move on to a panel with two very smart UN insiders, and we're going to be talking about issues of peace building and conflict. And I'll introduce first, I have Kate Phillips Barrasso for the Vice President of Global Policy and Advocacy at Mercy Corps. You come on up. And Richard Gowan, the UN experts, probably the most quoted person in this kind of community at the International Crisis Group also as well. So why don't I move over? Why don't you two sit there? And I will, yeah, I'll sit over here. All right. Well, thank you for coming. So on this panel, we're going to talk much more about conflict. So why don't we start out? We're witnessing a period in which the sort of whole system of collective security seems to be in retreat. The UN Security Council is fractured and in some cases paralyzed. The whole concept of multilateralism seems to be under threat. And it's not just in Ukraine. We see it in places like Mali, where UN peacekeepers have been replaced by Russian paramilitary forces from the Wagner Group. The UN Special Envoy for Sudan just announced his resignation. Why don't I start with Richard? But Richard, are we entering into a kind of a scary new era of global disorder, and what can we do about it? So why don't you take the floor on that?
Well, this is clearly going to be a really jolly session. Look, I think we are, to be honest, at the end of an era. I think most people who've worked in our sector for the last 20 or 30 years have been used to a world where the Security Council would agree on most things, if not all things. And we had a toolbox for dealing with conflict involving UN mediation, UN peacekeeping, that was never perfect, sometimes failed, but actually often worked quite well in places like Sierra Leone or Liberia. Well, now we're in a situation where, frankly, some of those tools are not working on the ground. UN peacekeeping was not really working in Mali, even before Mali demanded that the Blue Helmets go. And we have a Security Council that is not totally paralyzed, but is clearly struggling under the weight of geopolitical pressures and is not responding to crises like those in the Sahel or Sudan at all. And so I think we need to start rethinking a lot of our basic principles about how we deal with conflict and how we try to prevent conflict. We have some idea what that would look like. I think it involves putting more responsibility and more resources towards organizations like the African Union to deal with conflicts in Africa. But it also involves thinking about how we use non-security resources, very much including aid, more effectively to reduce pressure on states and reduce risks of conflict, which I guess is a focus for many in this room.
Okay, we've looked at it, this sort of issue from 30,000 sort of feet perspective. So, Kate, you represent an organization that is dealing is very active on the ground dealing with this conflict. So you're also very active trying to lobby the US government to try to deal with these issues in their own way. And so maybe you can talk about sort of how successful there have been other means to try and prevent these conflicts from beginning, or trying to find other ways to deal with these issues, and whether you're very hopeful about the future in which you don't have the Security Council playing the role that it's been playing traditionally.
Right. Well, I mean, I am hopeful, but I feel like this week has probably been a sobering one for a lot of us. Not that any of this was news, but here we're gathered in New York, special session of the UN General Assembly to talk about progress on the SDGs. And unfortunately, it's not good news, right? I think the term was we're 15% of the way there. And the good news there is I think we all know why. There's several key reasons, but for me, one of the most foundational ones is that you cannot have development unless you have peaceful societies. It's just a no-brainer. It's foundational. And much like Amy Pope just said in the previous panel, unfortunately, we only see a little bit of investment in things like prevention. Something only like 2% of global aid flows actually go to peace building and conflict reduction, which when you consider a situation, for example, like what's going on in Sudan right now, where we're seeing an all-out reversal on development progress, something like 70% of health clinics and hospitals are closed, you are not going to reach global development goals on health in that situation or education. So we really are at a moment where I think we have to recognize that all the aid in the world is not going to compensate for a lack of peace. And while, Richard just talked a bit about the Security Council and these international tools that we have at a multilateral level to bring about those peace, and it's not a great moment on that front, there still is a world of possibility for things that can be done at a much more local level where most people are actually experiencing conflict, right? Conflict between pastoral and agricultural communities, for example. And so one bright spot is Mercy Corps has worked a lot with the US government to take a much more action-oriented approach in trying to prevent conflict from the start through the passage of the Global Fragility Act, which is a combination, sort of an interagency approach within the US government in 4 countries and 1 region in coastal West Africa to try to really get ahead of the drivers of conflict and make sure we don't end up paying a lot of money in humanitarian assistance and seeing the depletion of those development gains by getting out ahead of things. And so I'm hopeful, to your question, Colin, that we're taking more creative approaches. It might not be at the UN level, but I think the US government in particular is trying to take along a few other governments. I'd mentioned Germany as one of them in trying to get ahead of this very expensive problem that's erasing development gains.
Right. So I would think that, in a situation like the war in Ukraine, no matter what period of history we were in, there would be little prospect that anybody would be able to do anything about it because Russia is a permanent member of the Security Council. It's a big power, it does what it wants, and it can veto any efforts to act against us. But Haiti does not have a permanent seat on the Security Council. It wants a UN peace operation. There seems to be at least rhetorical support for the idea, but the UN Security Council can't quite get it together. The big regional players, the US, Canada, Brazil, they don't want to lead anything. They've had bad experiences there. I mean, why, we now have Kenya has stepped forward. There's questions now about whether it has the sort of resources to lead such a mission. Shouldn't a country like Haiti, shouldn't it be something that the UN Security Council can actually do something about?
I think that Haiti is an especially tough case. And I think I'm right in saying there have been 8 or 9 different UN missions in Haiti over the years. And lots of countries like Brazil have sent peacekeepers there in the past. I simply think that there's a lot of wariness because we have seen peace operations come and go in Haiti, and the results have never been what we've hoped. Clearly, also, there is a very, very painful recollection that it was UN peacekeepers who brought cholera into Haiti about a decade ago. But I think what we're seeing around Haiti is perhaps the way forward in terms of stabilization. We won't have a big blue helmet mission sort of commanded by the Secretary General, but we will cobble together some sort of multilateral force with Kenya at least initially in the lead. It won't look like missions we've had in the past, but it may bring some extra political will, and it may be enough to at least stem the violence on the ground. I think that whether it's in Haiti or in the Sahel, the future of peacemaking is going to be messy. It's going to be about bringing together these ad hoc alliances. The question is, do we support those ad hoc alliances, firstly with political support, and secondly with financial support? Because if you look at Haiti, it desperately needs financial assistance as well as security assistance.
Yeah, so also just a follow-up, Kate, on Haiti. If you could talk a little bit about, this is a good example of something where is there a role for something like the Global Fragility Act? I mean, maybe you could talk a bit about, like, from your perspective.
Absolutely. Haiti happens to be one of the GFA focused countries, right? Which I think, some would question because they say it's already in full scale conflict. What are we talking about prevention wise here? But I think a really important point that's not often embraced is that peacekeeping is not peace building, right? I think this is maybe perhaps what you're referring to, Richard, in terms of the limitations of peacekeeping forces. There is a time and a place for that. But I think over time you saw sort of the missions of these peacekeeping forces go bigger and bigger, recognizing there were so many things that were absolutely fundamental for them to be able to leave and sort of achieve their mission. So I think as we look at a situation like Haiti, where there have been peacekeeping forces before, clearly one of the things that we got wrong was actually addressing the root causes of governance challenges, violence, whatever the economy of violence in Haiti. So I'm glad that the US government is actually embracing what I also agree is a particularly difficult case and saying we have not approached this correctly in the past. How do we try harder to get it right by combining resources at the right time in the right way beyond just stabilizing through some form of an international peacekeeping force?
So I mentioned this earlier, but Mali, is a case where, as you mentioned, the UN has been sort of kicked out of Mali by the government. Sudan, the special representative, the Secretary General, was declared persona non grata, finally, announced his resignation last week, and basically everybody in the mission is going on to do other things. So is there a way back for the UN back in? I mean, these are still very important crises that, the international community, the Security Council, has some responsibility to try to act upon. Do you see any chance for, a kind of way back into, and if so, is there a new strategy that might work better, or are these intractable problems?
So I think in Sudan, we have to see who is chosen to replace Volker Perthes as the head of the UN mission, but hopefully a new head of mission can come in and start coordinating with other diplomatic actors focused on Sudan, including African mediators, the Saudis, the US, and maybe they can bring some life back to UN engagement on Sudan. In the Sahel, I think we have to focus less on Mali, which frankly is almost certainly going to go into war, and more on the states around it. And we have to think, what sort of economic support, what sort of governance support can we offer the countries of the West African coastal region to try and reinforce them against, firstly, spillover of jihadi groups, which is increasingly obvious across the region, and secondly, the spate of coups that we're seeing in the region. This is an area where we need to move fast with money, with governance support, because otherwise we're going to be talking about crises back in countries like Sierra Leone and Liberia, which we thought had made and have made great progress over the last 20 years.
So, Kate, is this an area, particularly in West Africa, where you're seeing the discussion about, the Fragility Act and preventive, efforts to deal with these issues, whether there's a lot of discussion about that and whether there's any space to do anything?
Yeah, it is. I mean, definitely in the Sahel, particularly in the light of the events of this year, but frankly, these things have been going on for quite some time in that region. And yes, coastal West Africa was chosen as a GFA-focused region, recognizing the regional dynamics there are inextricable country by country. But one thing just to underscore a previous point, referring to Mali, Mercy Corps is really guided by the research that we do on our programs and what works. And I think, again, trying to get right peace building in a context like Mali is understanding what are the actual drivers of this conflict. And in our research, it really showed there had been a predominant narrative that, when you're poor, you have people joining insurgent groups, they're ripe for extremism, these sorts of things, these movements we see up in the northern parts of a lot of countries in the Sahel. But the research revealed in talking to people who had joined these groups and talking to people who were in the communities where this was happening a lot, that they were not feeling included in the economic growth in those countries. They did not have access to justice mechanisms, and it was breaking down trust with the state in terms of the sort of citizen-state contract. But I think the approach has been very much looking at that region through a preventing violent extremism security lens, and it absolutely has to be a development and human security lens and about social cohesion if we want to actually see conflicts in countries like Burkina Faso and Mali stop.
Right. So we don't have much time left, but I wanted to sort of have a final question, which is, when you're dealing, particularly in West Africa, and you see that the Wagner Group is playing a much more proactive role, you have governments, military governments without sort of democratic legitimacy. How does the humanitarian community, how does the relief community, how do they deal with this? I mean, they still have to provide support and aid to communities, but how do you deal with it in this environment? Maybe that's best for you, Kate.
Perhaps. I mean, I'll be honest, we're still getting our head around it, right? We have, there are so many access impediments. Again, I mentioned Sudan earlier in the conversation, facing humanitarian actors, both in terms of safety and security and just ability to reach these populations. And having this layer of additional international, non-state armed actors entering the equation definitely complicates that and makes the politics behind knowing who to talk to negotiate that access much more challenging. So it has made humanitarian action, particularly in certain parts of Africa, much more treacherous.
All right. Well, I'm going to have to cut you off, Richard. I always love to hear from you, but we're at 0. So, but in any event, thank you all for being here. And thanks for joining us, Kate, Richard. Really appreciate it. That was a great conversation.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm sure that I'm not the only one who's a bit fuzzy on day and time amidst an always busy UNGA week. Getting to the tail end here, though. I'm Ali Blunt. I'm the Senior Manager of Partnerships here at Devex. Really excited to be speaking with you all today about fostering resilient health systems in partnership with Food for the Hungry. Without further ado, I'll ask our guests on stage. I have Jonathan Papalidis, who's Senior Global Director at Food for the Hungry. Jonathan. And I have Taewi Kars, who is Senior Officer of Health at MIT Solve. Take a seat. Jonathan, Taewi, very warm welcome to you both, and big thank you to Food for the Hungry for being our innovation partner for our annual summit here in New York and online. So some of our audience might know that Food for the Hungry seek to end all forms of human poverty by going to hard places and walking with the world's most vulnerable people. You've been doing this for 50 years. Not you personally, Jonathan, sorry. Food for the Hungry has, so there's really a real depth of experience here. There's a lot of topics we can cover. But today you wanted to talk specifically about fostering resilient health systems. And I know from a few years of working with you, Jonathan, that resilience is your favorite word and your favorite thing to talk about. So with that said, I'll start with you. I think we can all agree COVID-19 exposed structural weaknesses and vulnerabilities in health systems the world over, really demonstrating a lack of resilience to deal with health emergencies. Can you elaborate on what you've learned from the COVID-19 pandemic and previous epidemics as well in that sense?
Great. Thank you so much, Ali, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Don't let the Food for Hungry title throw you off. We also do health, we do water and sanitation, we do education and so forth. So I think the biggest learning from the pandemic has been that it wasn't just a matter of having functional and well-resourced health systems in fragile contexts that led to the breakdown of these institutions with the pandemic. It was actually the fact that we do not design health systems for resilience, right? We've had a model in place for a very long time. That's been the gold standard, the WHO's building blocks, the 6 building blocks on how to create sustainable, functional, well-resourced systems. But we have not contemplated the idea that these systems themselves need to have shock absorbers in them, adaptive capacities, the ability to withstand different kinds of shocks and stress. And Mike Ryan, who might be a very familiar name to many of you, he's the head of disaster response emergency programs, pandemics for WHO, said this recently. He said that it's a design issue problem. It's not even a capacity issue or a financing issue. We need to redesign health systems in a way that has resilience at the forefront, especially if we're going to be working in really hard places, right? So take the DRC, for example. They didn't just contend with COVID. They had the same year Ebola, cholera, a national measles outbreak, high food insecurity and malnutrition, forced displacement, and intermittent conflict. So the health system has to be able to provide resilience to the populations, but also itself function in the face of crisis. In fact, this is the major learning that we're seeing now. And there's been a flurry of work before the pandemic trying to think through resilience in health systems, and it's been accelerated. There's a political moment right now to really think about resilient health systems and what we do about it, and that's part of why we wanted to have that topic conversation today.
Yeah, sure. Definitely a timely moment for this conversation. Tae-Wee, I've been following MIT Solve for a few years now. I'm always excited when your Global Challenge finalists and winners are unveiled. So I was really glad when Jonathan told me you'd be joining us for the conversation today. Why did MIT Solve choose the topic of resilient health system strengthening for one of your challenges? And why a specific focus on that resilience piece?
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you for having me. I feel really honored to be on stage with my colleague Jonathan and also all the other folks whose works and organizations I admire in this field. I think if you are alive and awake in the times that we're living in right now, you feel unnerved by the tenuous events that are happening. We at Solve are also unnerved by the tumult of destabilizing events around conflict, displacement, pandemics, and climate disasters all around the world. These are events that we have seen to only exacerbate longstanding inequities and disparities in health systems all over the world. And so resilience indeed is the undercurrent to the theme of the Global Health Challenge that we put out this year and just unveiled 6 new innovators early on Monday. But really the larger topic that we are focusing on, with resilience being one of the ways forward, is health in fragile contexts. And for us at Solve, we were looking for health in fragile contexts to include, of course, large-scale humanitarian disasters and the more classical understanding of fragile states, but also looking to understand that in every single health system on this sort of binary of weak to strong, there are fragile populations that live within and without. And so we're also looking for innovations in the spaces, in communities and spaces with systemic and institutional inequities around unemployment, poverty, and violence, and so forth. And so when we think about why is it critical to look at resilience now? Well, because it's needed now, and these destabilizing events are happening now. And so how can we work together to divert our resources to help communities better prepare for, manage, mitigate, and learn from the shocks and stressors that they are living through and adapting to every single day? And that's why we were going for that challenge this year.
Great. So we know innovation is part of it, but just to build on that, Jonathan, can you reflect a little bit on how health systems and fragile states can be designed to build resilience in the long term, while also responding to more immediate healthcare needs?
Sure. So Tae-Wee has already invoked the humanitarian side and the development side. And I think the challenge is, in part, to figure out for the short term, how do we do humanitarian emergencies response in a way that builds up the system itself, right? From Ebola, one of our biggest learnings was that don't abandon the health system. These systems are not integrated right now. The former head of the OECD's DAC group, the major donors group, said right at the pandemic's beginning, please don't just walk away from health systems and have these kind of turnkey operations. 77% of all humanitarian emergency aid for health dropped right after the Ebola crisis had subsided. So I want to offer maybe 3 suggestions about how we go about trying to design better and more resilient health systems in fragile settings, right? The first is to really get a handle on the risk side of things, right? I mentioned the DRC. What are the risks in a particular context that you're dealing with that you have to build resilience to? And how are they combining and interacting? Climate and drought lead to poor harvests, but they also increase the probabilities of vector-borne diseases and illness and infections. So really trying to understand the risk profile. Without that, you really can't build resilience because you don't know what you're building it to. The second thing you want to do then is say, how are we going to then build capacities, what's the scope of those capacities that we're going to build? And here's where we don't want to just look at the international side of things, the humanitarian NGOs, or just the regional side of things. And there's been some amazing work by, say, the African CDC and others, really trying to help fragile places by combining demand, aggregating demand for things like medicines and vaccines at a regional level and getting the purchase price down so they can go to fragile places. So we want to look there as well, but we want to look deeply at the communities themselves, right? US aid is really moving in this resilient health system space too. And one of their premises, which I think is right on the money, is that the health system isn't just the formal system, right? The staff, the supply chains, et cetera. It's the informal health system as well. It's families and faith groups and community health workers and so forth that can be mobilized. So you want to look across that, and you also want to look at the private sector. And this reinforces the message that not all fragile places are equal, right? The OECD last year named 60 countries that were fragile, and 15 of those that were extremely fragile, right? Those are the usual suspects like Somalia and Haiti, but it's also Kenya on that list. Ethiopia's on that list as well. So there's a divergence. There are private sector capacities that were put into place. Nigeria has done some amazing work on trying to mobilize the private sector, as did Uganda. So you want to look across all those capacities and say, what's there that we can plug into, right? And how do we do that through innovations as well? But then you have to sort of order it. What's your guiding framework? What capacities are you trying to build, right? There's a flurry of papers out there on resilient health systems now. And they're all a little bit different here or there. One talks about this principle, this organizing framework. But what we're seeing is an emergence of a consensus that there are three major capacities that we have to build to really get resilient health systems. The first are absorptive capacities, right? How do these capacities absorb, prevent, withstand, and mitigate shocks, right? So you can think of healthcare workers right on the front line of an epidemic, right? What if they're infected? What if they are burnt out? What if they're going through distress? If you don't have a backup capacity, a redundant capacity to absorb, then you're not resilient, right? In the Caribbean, they are fortifying and building more climate-resistant health systems, because if you don't, it's the hurricane that comes, it's the flood that comes. So that's an absorptive capacity. It can absorb a shock because it can weather the hurricane, right? Also with the private sector, this is the importance of looking beyond just the formal system. During the pandemic, they opened up beds, medicines, staff to be able to absorb the caseload, right? So absorptive capacity is really important. Then we have something called adaptive capacity. You're not absorbing in adaptive capacity, you're creating diverse options so that if one option fails you, if it doesn't absorb, you can pivot to another. So we're looking now at value chains, supply chains that have multiple actors. So if one supplier of a medicine or a vaccine cannot function anymore, you can pivot to another one. We're looking at diverse settings for field hospitals and clinics and even telehealth, so that if you can't get to the place that you go to for healthcare, there's another option. And in the worst case, if you're in lockdown, there's a telehealth option. And there are some amazing innovations now that can actually connect even really remote communities to these kinds of services. That's adaptive capacity. And the last but not the least capacity is called transformative capacity, right? These are the big scalable solutions, right? How do we do universal health coverage? Afghanistan, back in the day, surprised everybody by meeting its MDG goal, remember those, the MDGs? Of cutting infant and maternal mortality in half by 2015. They didn't do it through their formal system. They connected a wide range of multilaterals and NGOs who themselves then connected to communities to create a sort of a huge basic package on health coverage net around the country. And they use diverse ways of getting to insurgent areas, disaster affected areas, to get basic packages on services out to those populations. So this is a transformative capacity, even if it's not a shiny one, even if it doesn't look like the ones we have in advanced markets, right? So we're looking at those big, broad solutions. That's where MIT Sol's work comes in as well. The things they can do to insert or inject innovation to a system, if you can scale it, then you've got a transformative solution, right? Now, there's another aspect that we really don't talk about, and I think this is something that we're really trying to deepen at FH, which is transformative capacity also has to mean capacity to build public as well as political demand for the health system. In many of these countries, 10% of social spending goes to health. In really fragile places, it's 1%, right? And in that case, you have to build public support because they don't trust the health system sometimes, they don't trust the medicine, they don't trust the vaccine, but you have to build political support. And the roots of trying to build political support go very deep because you're dealing with places that have very outsized political economies with entrenched patterns of patronage, exclusion, marginalization, right? So that brings me to the second point. If you're going to do this well, it can't be the kind of blueprint, you do your assessment on the risks and then your capacities and who you can tap for those capacities. It has to be a process of iteration. We talk about adaptive management. Who in the political system could be an ally? Who in the innovation system can be allies? How do we get public support? How do we reach out and connect the formal and the informal? We have to work iteratively because there's no solution in New York or Washington or Europe for this. It's a process of continuous learning and iteration. My last point on this is you can't do this without coordination, right? You can't look at a system and multiple supply chains and multiple adaptive capacities, different sites and ways of pivoting and so forth without seeing the whole system. So we need to come together at the field level and we have to come together at the headquarters level. There's this very novel experiment that's oddly been around for 20 years, but no one's really paid attention to it. It's called country platforms in fragile settings, where you have groups in health and education and so forth, and a high-level group of politicos that are steering the process. This is getting support now, and this is one of the areas we think we can get into.
I'm getting the bat signal from my colleagues, Jonathan. I know I have a lot more questions for both you and Taewi, but unfortunately, we're going to have to stop there. So if you're passionate about resilience building, health system strengthening, please talk to Jonathan, talk to Taewi. It's been a pleasure to have you both. Thank you again to Food for the Hungry for your partnership on this event. We're going to have to wrap there, and I'll turn it over to my colleague Stephanie for our next interview. So thank you both again.
Thanks, Ali.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Beasley, the Global Philanthropy Reporter here at Devex. And joining me for this discussion on how to transform a global food system in crisis is Alvaro Lario, President of the International Fund for Agricultural Development. So we have him for a short time. I know he has a hard stop, so we'll try to make this sweet and to the point. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
So I wanted to start by talking about the fact that we're in this period, this time where we're dealing with a series of crises of unprecedented proportions. And I know, of course, you can't have a discussion about that without talking about climate change. And so you made a statement earlier this week where you talked about how climate change was hindering efforts to eradicate hunger and poverty. And you pointed to some of the natural disasters that we've seen recently, flooding in Libya, earthquakes in Morocco. And I wanted to ask you about how you feel like your agency can be helpful in this time, how you're working with partners to kind of help frontline communities that are dealing with these crises.
Well, thank you very much for having me. Indeed, we are one of the 3 Rome-based agencies. We work very much on the last mile with the small farmers where poverty is actually located 80%. And many of them are going hungry. We have, and we see a lot of analysis about the systems, about the resilience, about connecting with the private sector, a lot of talk, but the question is, how does that actually result all of these investments in the ground for the rural poor and for the people who are going hungry currently? So the costs of reforming how food is produced, distributed, stored, the type of food we are currently consuming are very clear. We're talking about 6 trillion of health costs, 3 trillion of environmental damage, and everything we know it's getting more and more complex in terms of the connection of food, the extreme weather events. So actually, the issue then is how do we finance this transformation? How can we make sure that we are producing nutritious and healthy food in a sustainable way? And if you look generally, and we are a financing agency, we provide very concessional financing. You have to think that in reality, ODA, Official Development Assistance, we all gather here, we talk a lot about it. It's around 200 billion, out of which 5% goes to agriculture. So 10 billion every year. That's actually peanuts. That's a very small proportion of the needs we have to transform food systems. We're talking about 400 billion need, and ODA is 10 billion. So you think about what other flows are there out there. Indeed, local private sector is one of the solutions. And it's very clear that financing from public development financial institutions, from agriculture development banks can be part of it. There's others. There's the current subsidies. Subsidies to agriculture and to food systems are 600 to 700 billion. Are they going to the right incentives? What type of distortions are they creating? This is a conversation if we really want to transform this sector. The same goes with foreign direct influence. We're talking about 300, 400 billion. So actually, we can talk about multilaterals and about catalyzing, which should be the role of multilaterals, but it's still a very small proportion. We have to really think on, and we can discuss on the private sector, what does this mean for investable assets? What does it mean of connecting to the private sector with the risk profile, with the risk appetite, and not just talking about mobilizing? That does not attract private sector.
So I wanted to ask, since you're talking about finance, I know that this year you spent a fair portion of your year trying to get governments to replenish funding for your agency. And I wonder if you can talk about some of the challenges you found there, if you're optimistic that they're going to give at the levels that you're hoping to see. And then from there, maybe we can talk about the role of the private sector and philanthropy. What role do they have to play in this?
Well, after the Ukraine war, it was very clear, and we are seeing a lot of countries are paying much more attention to food security. Food security is becoming a matter of national security, which actually is the case here in the US, it's the case in Europe, but it hadn't been the case necessarily in Africa or in parts of Asia. So the attention of heads of governments when I meet for them is really rising on how can they actually be more self-reliant, increase local production. That's at the local government. At the international level, the G7 is very much paying attention. The G20, I was last week with President Macron, and there's a G20 leaders communique on our replenishment. So the attention is getting there, but we know the attention is always there in a food crisis. 10 years ago, it was the same. 20 years ago in the previous food crisis. When we see our supermarkets, food price inflation, we all start to think, where is this food coming from? So it's the right moment, but it's the moment to transform, not to give food, not to give food assistance, but to make sure that we invest on the ground, that we invest in the local SMEs, in the rural smallholders who actually produce the food. 70% of the food in Africa, 70% of the food in Asia is produced by these rural smallholders. And that's where actually the poverty is. So there's a disconnection many times on our discourse and where the investments are going.
So I wanted to ask you, you're talking about sort of the action that happens when there's an emergency, a food crisis. And right now, of course, you have the grain turmoil in Ukraine, related to Ukraine. Poland and neighboring countries recently announced they were going to ban imports. We've seen the ripple effects of this type of activity. And I wonder, one, what you thought about how what is happening in Ukraine might affect the food system, and also how can you prepare for something like this in the future? Of course, this won't be the last conflict that could, impact the food system.
So the Ukraine war has just and spill over mostly, as you have seen, obviously, on fertilizer prices, as well as on wheat. But wheat is just one commodity. It's just one crop. And it affects, obviously, all international price wheat. But you're seeing right now also export bans on rice, which are affecting Africa probably even more than the wheat side. You're seeing when you had the floods in Pakistan, which is the fourth rice producer, there were also another export bans. So we are seeing that actually the world is connected. What happens in one part of the world, some of the extreme weather events, is connecting to the prices internationally, it's connecting to hunger, it's connecting to the local communities. So this is for all of us, and especially for the leaders in these countries, to think on what type of food systems they want, what type of diversification of crops, of nutritious food, and whether they will continue being self-reliant on a country in Europe to feed a lot of their wheat or rice from India, or should they develop their own food crops, their own production, their own nutritious food in a way that is sustainable and that is also supporting their communities? Because jobs in Africa right now, and at the level of industrialization, 60 or 70% of the jobs are in agriculture. And many times agriculture and food systems is 2 or 3 times better at raising the incomes, at lifting people out of poverty than any other sector. That's a reality. We wish that they would obviously have a just energy transition, many other matters. The question is right now, what are we doing for them? How are we supporting them with the finance to adapt to many of these events, extreme weather events, the droughts, the floods, the extreme weather, the heat, the cyclones, because this is impacting them right now. They're losing their livelihoods, they're going hungry, and it's clear that the climate financing going to them is very little, less than 2%. But those are the poor people are the ones who are struggling with this.
And so I wanted to ask you one final question, and then I wanted to talk about the role of partnerships. I mentioned philanthropy, the private sector. I guess, what is a way that you see fostering better collaborations in times like this and building this sort of sustainable system? Are there people you see or countries you see taking the lead, or what examples do you have?
So I think the most important part is to have pragmatic solutions, investable platforms, things that are concrete actions. Today I was one of the champions on SDG 12.3 on food loss and waste. And there were wonderful stories, for example, and I can quote them, companies like IKEA or Tesco who have reduced 50%, 45% of their food loss and waste. The challenge is how do we connect these individual stories on the people who are struggling and suffering in the developing economies, in that rural communities. We can talk about sourcing the global value chains, but still we're talking about thousands of people. What we want to do at that IFAD, we talk about millions of people. I mean, every 3 years, we increase the income of 77 million smallholders. It's about how we aggregate many of them. It's not enough thousands, it's not enough tens of thousands. The issue is how do we aggregate many of them and scale these investments to impact millions of people.
Well, unfortunately, that's all the time we have, but I want to thank you so much for being here and talking about this. I know you have a very busy day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, actually, I wanted to get some input from a member of our audience as we're talking about sustainable food systems. So we have Aditi Mukherjee, who's the Director for Climate Change Adaptation and Mitigation Impact Action Platform at CGIAR. Aditi, I would love to hear from you. What do you think is the biggest challenge to creating a sustainable food system?
Hi, this is, yeah. Thank you for this opportunity, for asking the question and a comment. I think the previous speaker just hit it very correctly, that climate change, climate crisis is one of those that is really hitting food security, and the recent IPCC report, of which I was a part, actually shows that our food increase in productivity has actually slowed down over the last 50 years. And CGIAR as an organization has in the past, I think we are again that organization that Bill Gates talks about, that many of us don't know but has done remarkable work. So we had a history of contributing to food production in some of the poorest parts of the world. From where I come from South Asia, it was CG's work that led to Green Revolution. But those are the kind of avenues where you could actually increase food production as becoming increasingly constrained due to climate change. And that's where I think our real challenge lies. How do farmers adapt to the changing climate? And how do they keep growing the food that they need to feed themselves? And we at the CG are working on various solutions, technologies, and I think many of the speakers have talked about a lot of those innovations. One thing I don't hear enough about, and I thought I'll talk about it, is not about the global south though. One of the reasons we are not doing enough to hit at the root cause of climate change. So we can invest billions and billions of dollars in capacity building of the smallholder farmers, and we need to do that because only 2% of the global funds actually go to smallholder farmers. But even then, if greenhouse gas emissions do not stop, they do not reverse, as much as we actually build up. I mean, the science is clear that all the adaptation will not work in a warmer world. And we are on a trajectory to a 3-degree warmer world by the end of the century. So I would actually want gatherings like this to also bring the focus back on what are the rich countries doing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, because unless that happens, a lot of our investments that are now going to the global south, as it rightfully should, will not be as effective. Because in a warmer world, I mean, when temperatures hit 50 degrees, no amount of wheat breeding which we do would be able to actually help farmers grow their wheat. So I think there's a big conversation around what can those who have emitted the most historically can do to prevent this crisis. And that does not take away the need for finance and the technology support that the smallholder farmers need, but they would only succeed so far without that, the big solution coming into place. So thank you.
Thank you. Excellent points. Thank you, Aditi. Well, to continue the discussion of supporting smallholder farmers, I would like to welcome to the stage Peter Lawharn, who is the CEO of the Conrad and Hilton Foundation, and Matt Forte is the Managing Director for One Acre Fund USA. So thank you both. Yeah, I can sit right here. So, Matt, you, One Acre Fund was just recently awarded the 2023 Hilton Humanitarian Prize. Some might call that the Nobel Prize of the humanitarian world. So, congratulations.
Thank you.
So, can you talk a little bit about your approach? And you probably have heard some of the speakers before talk about supporting smallholder farmers. And what is your approach to working with them?
Yeah, absolutely. So, first of all, thanks for having us today, and thanks to Peter and the Hilton Foundation for this prize. And for us, it's not just a recognition of an organization, it's the recognition of the 4 million farm families that we serve who toil each day in the field from dawn to dusk to provide for their families, their communities, and who sit really at the center of all the global challenges we've been discussing today. So, One Acre was founded out of the, what I call the tragic irony that the vast majority of the world's hungry are farmers. Right? Say it again. The vast majority of the world's hungry are farmers. That doesn't make sense. Most farmers in Africa have enough land. They have secure enough land to be able to feed their families year round. And so our approach basically is to make available all the products and services that farmers need to be able to grow more food and safely store that food. That's things like quality inputs, finance, training, safe storage, access to markets. We do that in groups of farmers. We do it in very remote villages throughout East and Southern Africa. And, we do it in a way that I think kind of is co-developed with farmers. They are the local experts that we rely on to ensure that what we do is actually going to work. So that's One Acre Fund.
Great. And Peter, so the Hilton Foundation, you all have been really driving and pushing a lot of this conversation around localization. We've been talking about that a lot the past couple of days. You definitely hear that, from buzzword to actual action. I'd love to hear about how that framing is part of your thought process in awarding this prize and in selecting One Acre Fund and focusing on smallholder farmers.
Super. Thanks, Kate. And I would first say, kind of geeking out, it is terrific to be here with Devex and to see the journalists that we read every day interviewing people. This is really...
They will sign autographs later.
Yeah, okay. Super. And then a disclaimer. Although the Hilton Foundation is the proud brand behind the prize, we do not make the prize selection. It's an independent jury composed of folks whose names you would know, former heads of states, former heads of multilateral organizations, activists, etc. So every year I kind of hold my breath and say, who is coming? But it is always a tremendous lift and a tremendous opportunity. I look at my role in the year after the prize as promoting the organization, opening doors for them, and explaining to people who may not know them why they are such an awesome organization. In this particular case, I think not only, as Matt said, One Acre Fund pays real serious attention to farmers themselves and what they think, as he said, the population most exposed to climate stresses and indeed most depended on for the well-being of and nutritional security of the population of Africa. Also, I think they have gone from something that was a kernel of an idea to something that is at scale but further scalable. Something that I think is very rurally located. Rwanda is my country-in-law. I'm there every year. I've been all over the country, and I have never been to the marketing town in which they are headquartered as a gauge of their locality. But I think it's a springboard as well. One of the things that really impresses me about One Acre Fund is that they basically have a game plan bigger than their own footprint, but for helping all 50 million smallholder farmers and farmer families in Africa. They have it all mapped out. They know who can help, or who can power it, really, and the ideas are very available. So we're quite pleased with them as a laureate.
And as Aditi said before, climate is obviously the big threat to farmers. Obviously, there is a big need to address the big farmers. But how are you thinking about supporting smallholder farmers while also protecting the environment?
Yeah, absolutely. I like to say that in our first decade, we were almost fully focused on productivity. How do you solve the problem of inadequate food? Having now lived through the last 6-7 years of these, just, one crisis after another, inflation, COVID, currency, weather, pests, and so forth, we began to realize resilience has to be built into everything we do. And so what we're doing is we're constantly looking for win-win programs and opportunities with farmers that are both poverty alleviating and climate resilient. One good example of this is tree planting. Trees are a great way to build assets for a family. A timber tree costs in a rural area something like 5 to 10 cents to develop, and then they can make $7 to $10 when they reach their sort of growth peak. But they're also incredibly important for protecting the forests surrounding farmers' lands, enriching the soils, sequestering carbon, and other ecosystem services. So, we have a commitment to plant, or to help farmers plant on their own lands, 1 billion trees by 2030. That's a great example of it's going to help economically, but it's also going to help with adaptation and resilience to the changing climate.
Right. And Peter, I'd love to hear your thoughts on how you think prize philanthropy can really be a catalyst for driving impact with solutions and ideas like this.
Indeed. I think it allows us to come into contact with a whole range of organizations that we would not necessarily know. We get hundreds of applications and nominations. I think that's true in every prize competition. And we're trying to expand that funnel. So all of you, if you have nonprofits you deeply believe in, please do look at hiltonfoundation.org and nominate. I think it also allows us, it gives a grant that is entirely unrestricted, in our case of $2.5 million, to use in whatever way helps an organization get to the next level. And it's been used in a whole variety of ways, all of which are strengthening to the organization. And I think a lasting advantage is that it opens doors. Now, One Acre Fund is well known. I venture to say probably most of you know them already. So what is the next level? An organization that has a $240 million budget is in the top 50 or internationally operating nonprofits in the world, according to Devex.
I like citing your sources.
There we go. I think the question is, how can you help the rest of the funding world, starting with IFAD, who was just up here, all the multilateral development banks, private capital, et cetera, be attracted in that direction? You heard from the president of IFAD how lamentably low the capital is for agricultural destinations, and we want to really work on that this year. And then one cool thing we're trying to do is make sure that there's lasting value from the prize. So every year that a laureate becomes a prize member, we have a leadership institute that continues 10, 20, 50 years in the future. They'll have a cohort of leaders developed in that, and it will be transversal across 30 organizations that have received the prize. So we try to keep on giving over the years.
Great. Well, I know that you have the Symposium Prize ceremony coming up October 26th. So I'm sure that's going to be a fun festivity, but also be live streamed. So if anyone wants to join in. And, Devex, we've had a long-term partnership with Hilton Foundation. We really value the work that we've been able to do with you. And
Indeed.
So if anyone's interested in checking that out, please, you can visit the hiltonfoundation.org/news. Any other last plug here, Peter?
For you, I think Devex has been so important at getting the world's eyeballs on, and especially the eyeballs of the development profession on priorities, on crises, and on possibilities. So we're very happy for that partnership and really happy to be working with One Acre Fund.
All right. Well, thank you, Peter. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
All right. We will now pass the baton over to my colleague, Colin Lynch.
Hello, thanks for joining us. I'm going to introduce our next guest now. We're very fortunate to have her with us today. Kelly Clement, she's the Deputy High Commissioner for the UN High Commissioner for Refugees Office, former U.S. Government official in the State Department dealing with these same issues. And we're happy to have her because we have very limited time. So let's get moving. So let's get going. All right, we have a seat here. Let's see if I have up here. Okay, let's talk about money. So I think that for UNHCR, that your appeal this year was for about $10 billion to do all the work that you want to do. We're now well into September. My understanding is that have you gotten half of that, or did you get a fraction of that? And I'm curious, what that means. We see over the years appeals are never fully subscribed to and people seem to be able to do their work, but is there something in the air now which indicates that this is going to be harder and harder?
Yeah, thank you very much, Colin, and greetings to everybody. It's lovely to be with you this afternoon. Yes, indeed, humanitarian needs are increasing. Our budget is actually now, with supplementary appeals, closing in on $11 billion. And as of now, the resources coming in are just less than 40%. And we do something a little bit differently than other sister agencies. We have a needs-based budget. So what we put out to the world is what we think that refugees and their host communities, internally displaced, and others that we serve need actually to be able to not just to survive but also to thrive. So there are a lot of components to our budget. But yeah, it's a difficult year, and we've seen a bit I think the ripple effect of Ukraine. We had quite a banner year last year in terms of fundraising generally, including from the private sector. We've been trying to solidify that support and really make the case for the forcibly displaced all over the world in other aspects as well. We had private sector stepping forward, individual giving. About 20% of our budget last year was from the private sector. So we see also a little bit more on the private sector than public givers. But this is a huge concern for us in terms of being able to try to meet those needs, given the host countries and the refugees and others that depend on this kind of support.
Right. So, do you just have to learn how to operate with less, or are you operating with less? Is it worse than it was 5 years ago?
I would say it is worse because the needs are much higher. We had some discussions not too long ago about what's happening, why the numbness, why not the outpouring of support this year, given that in multiple parts of the world, we still see the situation worsen. And the most recent, of course, is Sudan, 5 million people, 4 million internally displaced, 1 million refugees. This really comes at a cost. The words that I heard used to describe how we're describing impact from an underfunded operation is white noise. Now, that, of course, to a humanitarian kicks you in the gut. So how do you demonstrate impact? What do we do, Colin? It's a whole variety of issues. It means that critical programming, for example, getting refugee kids in school, being able to support hosts that are strained, gender-based violence prevention and response, issues related to just the basics. Right now, on the emergency side, we have an emergency on average every 2 weeks. Right. That's how much we're dependent on that kind of support. But because these refugee and internally displaced, forced displacement situations go on for a very long time, they're protracted. Those are the situations that don't get the notice, right, that don't get the attention, but still have the needs.
So for instance, Libya and the response, you will get money for that. And then for long-term, more chronic issues, it starts to fall off at a certain point.
Yeah, it's look at what happened recently with regard to the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. I was actually in Syria, actually in Iraq, as the earthquake hit. There was a lot of support for both Turkey as well as Syria in those initial days. It was a natural disaster. We've had those conversations before in terms of that gets the immediate response, but these are long-term requirements that don't get sustained support. Same will be the case in Libya.
Right.
Sure of it.
Now, you mentioned the 20% from the private sector. What has the trajectory been? I mean, everybody's talking about private sector has got to really fill the gap. Not clear that they will, but what has the trajectory been over the last few years? And also, is it really going? I mean, are you going to have to rely increasingly on the private sector, and also are states using the private sector as an excuse not to give, to say you need to do more to get money from the private sector?
So where we're talking a little bit differently, perhaps from other sister agencies, is the Global Compact on Refugees was about a whole of society approach.
Right.
Civil society, importantly, refugees and displaced right at the center, governments, public, and private. And for businesses, this is not check writing charity. For the private sector, it's about expertise. Importantly, for refugees that tend to be more demonized and polarized in terms of this context, very fraught political context that we're working with, this becomes something where we need strong advocates to say, if you include refugees in society, they are a boom to those communities that they're thriving economically. Businesses see this. It's a win-win. They have a potential business base, but they also are doing good in the world.
Right. So I'm going to read a list of the underfunded programs in 2022. Bangladesh, Chad, Colombia, Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, South Sudan, Uganda, and Yemen. So who's missing from that list? Ukraine. And is that sort of indication that Ukraine has been fully funded, or is there any reason they're not on the list? And also that just gets to sort of the broader debate that we're seeing at the General Assembly. The question is, too much of the donor community, the US and the Europeans, focused on Ukraine and not enough on the rest of the world. And you see those names, and it's striking that Ukraine is one of the biggest refugee crises for you. And is it just that it's fresh enough, it's in the early enough stages that funding, that funders have not become fatigued, or does it really, does it reflect the kinds of things that people in the global South have been saying, that Ukraine gets special treatment because it's in Europe?
I should say, Colm, that we're in 135 countries, so there are a lot of countries not on that list.
Right.
Ukrainians still need support, but other parts of the world need it more desperately right now. And what we've seen, I think, in terms of that, I wouldn't say it was an offset, because there was additional support that came because of that response. The challenge for us and other humanitarians and other development partners is, how do you sustain the support over the long term, including from the private sector? It's one of the reasons why the Ukraine response has been so different, which is what we'd like to see in other refugee contexts. The European Union put a temporary protection directive in place within days of that outflow coming in. Like you said, it was record levels. This is what we'd like to see in other refugee situations, where people can work, where they can put their kids in school, where they can access health services, where you don't have parallel humanitarian responses that are more costly, and where you still need to have support for the host communities. That's the sort of thing that's happening now. So for the Ukraine response for UNHCR, we're actually, because Europe has stepped up and been able to provide this support, with the exception of Moldova, where we maintain a slightly larger program, we can kind of consolidate some of those operations and focus on where the displacement is more urgent, which is inside the country. And so that continues. But yes, there has been an impact, certainly.
I'm going to throw in an AI question. So you have the big drivers of flight, refugees leaving: climate, conflict, economic issues, stress that is in some way related to the other two issues. I know that UNHCR has been engaged in some experimental work with AI and predictive analysis, the Jetson project and that sort of thing. I mean, are you guys learning anything from that? Is it making any difference? Do are you able to better predict the refugee flows as a result of this? Is it too early, or is it really happening?
Well, it's complex, as you've just mentioned. Cost of living. We talk about it as the 3 C's: conflict, climate, cost of living, the impacts of COVID, maybe 4 C's.
Right.
But yes, predictive analytics and bringing back the private sector, we could not have done that without academia and business to help us with that. I think we're getting better at it in terms of early warning, but there are some things that are unpredictable. The political behavior, the political attitude, what states decide to do when they can't come to the table and find a resolution. That AI doesn't really help us all that much.
Mhm.
But I think we have a much more sophisticated way of seeing, with the weather patterns, with community resilience or lack thereof,
Right.
you know, where we could see the next movement of people.
But like 5, 10 years ago, was climate, I mean, it was still on your radar, but I mean, is it really kind of become the central issue that you're confronting in terms of predicting, you know, refugee flows?
Well, since you have, it was something in the neighborhood of 70% of refugees and internally displaced being in those areas of climate vulnerability,
Right.
9 out of 10 refugees that are returning to countries in climate vulnerability. We have to equip ourselves, both in terms of operational delivery, also the way that we actually deliver as a UN and with all the incredible partners we have around the globe, and looking at this also from the law and policy end. So yes,
Right.
climate is a huge driver of what we're doing now, including on displacement.
Right, great. So the clock is telling me we have to go, unfortunately, but we really appreciate your coming and speaking to us. I wish we had more time.
Thank you,
It's a very
Colin.
quick
Thanks, everybody.
session. All right, take care. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I am very excited about this next conversation that we're hosting in partnership with Open Society Foundations. I would love to welcome to the stage Susana Malcora, who is the co-founder and president of GWL Voices, and Anissa Tamori, who is the head of policy at United Nations Association. Thank you both. So we are going to talk about what is kind of one of these ironies of our sector, where we promote a lot of gender equality worldwide, yet the institutions do that promotion don't necessarily reflect that reality, don't necessarily practice what we preach. And what we want to talk a bit is about ending that hypocrisy and bringing more transparency and gender balance to UN leadership. I'm happy we had 2 UN leaders, women leaders speaking here today, but sadly that isn't always the case. And Susanna, your organization, GWL Voices, is an advocacy group for gender equality within the multilaterals. You know, I think we know generally that it's a pretty male-dominated space. Often you just look at photos and you see that, but could you break down the data on what it actually looks like?
Of course. Thank you. And thank you for having me here. We are a group of women leaders. That's our name. Close to 70. All of us come from the multilateral system at large, having served in very senior positions. Founders were myself, together with Helen Clark, whom will be here shortly, and Irina Bokova. And our piece of work is around the strengthening of the multilateral system and the empowerment of women and the rights of women within that realm. And of course, a subtext of that is women in the multilateral system. So we have a flagship report coming out in March that showed that since its inception in 1945, 33 of the largest institutions of the multilateral system have had only 12% of the time a woman at the helm. It shows that 13 of them never had a woman, 5 only had a woman once. Most of them had women in certain areas, but for example, the financial institutions, the regional financial development banks never had a woman at the helm. So clearly it's a male-dominated world, clearly it's geared towards certain areas where women maybe are good enough to be there, but is far from fair. But it's also true that this doesn't apply only to the secretariats, the organizations. It also applies to member states. Mm-hmm. And for example, in the case of the General Assembly, which is a very important body in all of this, only 4 women were presidents out of 78. So we are, for example, in that case, promoting the notion of gender alternation at the presidency of the General Assembly to show at least that we don't talk, we really mean what we say.
And what do you think are the real implications of that, right? And it's not just a fairness question, but how is that leading to us not being, we're halfway to the SDGs, not anywhere close to making it. How do you think this is contributing to that problem, and how it could help if we had more equality within these institutions?
Well, first of all, it means that we should walk the walk, not talk the talk. You know, I mean, we are not in the talk show business, you know. The second
I kind of am, but
the second thing is that women bring a different perspective. That's absolutely, it's not a matter of justice. It's not a matter of right, which it is. But when you have a world that has become as complicated as the world is today, when the tensions among member states, among countries are so huge, when you need to have a different perspective brought to the table, a more nuanced approach to certain issues, women are needed. That's what we bring. Thanks God, in my view, men and women are different. Mm-hmm. So we need that diversity, and we need that diversity at the very top level, but we need it in the whole of the teams, not only leadership teams, but the whole of the institutions, so that we really come with solutions that are different and hopefully will bring a better future.
And Anissa, the UN Association, you all are in a unique position where you are outside of the UN system, so you can provide some, I guess, constructive criticism. And so I'd love to hear, you have this initiative, Blue Smoke, where you are trying to bring more transparency to the hiring process. Could you talk a little bit about what are some of the real barriers and how some of this selection happens and what you're trying to do with your initiative?
Yeah, absolutely. And really thank you for having us here to talk about this issue. It's not something that sees the light of day a lot, but, you know, initiatives like the report that GWL and others are writing is really showing that there's some momentum here to really look at that. And what we find is that, you know, this is a really widespread issue. It's not just a gender issue, it's a power issue that the P5 have monopolies on these processes. And these processes, they're murky, they're inconsistent, and they are deeply political. And at a time when we have so much... I'm ringing the alarm on the issue.
Yes,
This is a very hot issue. Very hot issue.
Oh. Let's see. Hopefully we can get that resolved here quickly. Yesterday's elevator, today fire alarm. So, you know.
You know, the job of UN reform is not easy.
Right, it is.
It's not simple.
That's right. Well, I just want to make sure we're not actually in any danger while we keep everyone up here. If you can give me a signal. Yeah, just stand by just a moment. It is a nice little effect to the importance of the topic. Well, maybe if you feel like you can, maybe just keep on going.
We, you know, from civil society, we're used to kind of keeping going
Right.
against the odds, against the alarms. You know, it's our jam. But now I forgot your question. But yeah, UNA UK, we have this.
Well, about Blue Smoke and the
Blue Smoke,
yeah.
Exactly. So Blue Smoke was
Luckily, I don't think there's actual smoke here, but yes, thank you.
Yeah, that wasn't a smoke alarm.
Yeah, right.
So Blue Smoke is a working group that was formed at the end of 2022 between UNA UK, Plataforma SIPO, and Strategy for Humanity. And the aim of this initiative is really to shine a light on the extent of the issues and the shortcomings in appointment processes, and really become the most comprehensive source when it comes to painting the full picture of this issue, because we've been working in this space for a long time. We have many partners who, when it comes to a senior appointment for, say, humanitarian affairs, maybe then they'll shine a light on that issue. But we see this happening all the time, and we really wanted to paint that comprehensive picture, because I think once you start painting that picture, it's really outrageous. It's outrageous that, you know, we've heard the stats when it comes to the lack of female representation, but, you know, there is a whole
pool of global talent that is being missed out on by maintaining the power of the P5 when it comes to these monopolies. And we have some props. So we made some monopoly cards that kind of shows that, you know, it's in our opinion, why should only British people hold the post of coordinating humanitarian affairs? Why should only French men be leading peacekeeping? You know, it's something that really undermines the legitimacy and the effectiveness of the UN, and we really are seeking to change that. So yeah, we created a website. We put out reports that look at appointment processes in certain particular departments, and we also have a monthly newsletter that we publish with our partners at Pass Blue.
And what has been the response from members of the UN? Receptive, resistant?
I mean, the response has been incredible. So, you know, I think that actually it's really gratifying to understand that we're not speaking to avoid, and that this is an issue that concerns many people. And there is a deep, deep dissatisfaction. And we found from diplomats that diplomats have told us, especially from small and medium states, and I would say that that's where there is potential here. That's where we can overcome the barriers, is by really giving a voice to small and medium states to overcome the power of the P5 when it comes to this issue. Because, you know, the P5, there is consensus among the P5 when it comes to this issue. And in a time where it seems consensus is very hard to find, they really band together when it comes to maintaining their monopolies. But so diplomats tell us, you know, we didn't even know we were looking for that information. We come to your website, we find things we didn't know we needed. We have tips from UN staffers. You know, we often ask the UN directly really simple questions like, what is the start date of a certain post? When is the end date? When can we expect a renewal date? Questions that are of public interest for these international civil servants, and we get stonewalled. So we have UN staffers emailing us. They tell us, they give us that information when other official routes won't. And especially the response from civil society colleagues has been great. And we're actually going to be shortly releasing a set of principles, which we hope that the SG and member states will take on board. And we have over 40 colleagues that have signed up to that, and hopefully others here will too soon.
Great. And, you know, you mentioned that this is not often discussed or talked about, doesn't get the prominence maybe that it should in this week of lots of different discussions, probably because it tends to be male-driven discussions. But just very quickly in our final minute here, what would each of you like our audience, either here in person or online, to do or think about how they can contribute to this? Susanna, I'll start with you.
Well, first of all, put pressure. You know, there are very significant appointments coming. I mean, the Secretary General's renewal, a new appointment will come in the next 3 years. So we need a woman. That's what we said when we were hitting the 70th anniversary. Remember, last time it was a 1 for 7 billion campaign. Now it's 1 for 8 billion campaign. Let's hope that we don't have to get to the 1 for 10 billion campaign before it happens. So we need to raise the profile, we need to raise the awareness, and we need to put pressure. And that, again, is the reason why we are trying to get the General Assembly to establish an alternation in gender in the presidency of the General Assembly, because that will be a symbolic, very symbolic move that will mean a lot and will make many people, many women in particular, believe again that maybe the UN system is trustworthy.
Mm-hmm. And Anissa?
I mean, it's hard to follow that, but yes, absolutely. The next SG must be a woman. And like I said, sign up to our newsletter, get involved, and really the strength of our institutions depends on this degree of scrutiny. And, you know, civil society, we're always told, if you make things more transparent, if you make them more open, you'll politicize things further. It can't get any more political than it already is.
Right. Well, thanks to both of you and to Open Societies Foundations for allowing us, I guess, to ring the blue smoke alarm here today. Pun very much intended. But thank you both. And this is a topic that we will also be covering at Devex, as we have been. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Now I'd like to welcome to the stage my colleague, Ginny Leyravello.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So the next session is about boosting health accountability mechanisms. And I'd like to, am I sitting on the right? Okay. And I'd like to invite our panelists for today. We have Nina Schwalbe, Principal of Spark Street Advisors, Professor Lawrence Gustin, Distinguished Professor of Law at Georgetown University and Director of WHO's Collaborating Center on Global Health Law, and of course, Ms. Blasina Kumar, CEO of the Global Coalition of TB Advocates. All right. Well, thank you all for being here amid a very busy UN General Assembly. But I'm just really happy because these are people I really speak to. These are really great experts, in their fields. And so I'm really happy to be able to see them in person because, I mostly chat with them and stuff. But yeah, so this UN General Assembly, countries are again making a list of commitments to global health, but also when we talk about pandemic preparedness, it's beyond just health. So, a lot of commitments in that. But how can there be more accountability in these commitments? How can governments be held more accountable for these commitments they're making and will be making? So I want to start maybe very briefly, just to kick off this conversation, to ask each of you, why are monitoring and accountability mechanisms so important, especially with this week's high-level meetings? Nina, do you want to start?
Sure. So thank you to Devex for inviting all of us, and to Jenny for your excellent reporting on an issue that too few people want to cover, which is pandemic preparedness and response. It's as if it didn't happen. I think the bottom line for me is that a piece of paper is like a treatise or whatever. They're just a piece of paper unless there's monitoring and accountability associated with it. And it's super easy to promise things and much more difficult to deliver on them. I'm not quite at the point of what doesn't get monitored doesn't get done, but a little bit. So the fact that they just adopted a political declaration, which nobody's even going to look at for 3 years, is for me a case in point of why we need official monitoring and accountability mechanisms.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. Obviously, if something, if you have to make a commitment and it's just on paper, it's useless. It's got to have impact on the ground. And we're going to have in our talk, Jenny, a lot of conversation about the kinds of mechanisms, carrots and sticks that we're going to need. I've got a whole list myself. I'm sure the other panelists do as well. But if you look at existing treaties, they're notable for their lack of compliance. You don't have, for many of them, except for the the WTO, you don't really have dispute mechanisms or anything like that. But of course, in trade, we do. But in health, it's very, very rare. The biggest example of that, of course, is the international health regulations, which have been the governing instrument for the reporting response and to public health emergencies of international concern. And there's been widespread lack of compliance. I'll just give you one example, which to me, I think is jaw-dropping, and you'll all know about it, which is when South Africa quickly reported the Omicron variant, sequenced its genome and reported it transparently to the world, rather than getting an incentive, funding, even a pat on the back. They got travel restrictions targeted to Southern Africa. That's just one example of the lack of compliance with the international health regulations and with other treaties.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much for inviting me. We in TB tend to stick to our own events, so this is really refreshing. And listening to the panelists speak about poverty elimination, food security, refugees, all so relevant in the TB, for the TB response. So for any commitments to become a reality, I'm all about working with people affected by TB. So it comes from that perspective. So for me, how do the commitments that are made here this week become a reality? How will it add to lessening my burden, my suffering, if I'm living in a slum in South Africa or in India or faraway PNG. There needs to be an accountability mechanism. If we look at 2018 high-level meeting on TB, we had a good political declaration, great targets. I'm very sorry to say we haven't reached even one of them beyond 50%. Some we are as low as 5%. So without robust accountability mechanisms, all the talks of this week are going to be completely meaningless.
That's so true. I think everyone's just looking like, okay, there's now these commitments. What's going to happen next? But let me go back to Nina. You know, I hope you're no longer depressed. What monitoring and accountability measures are in place to ensure governments walk the talk on their pandemic preparedness commitments?
Yeah. So first of all, we don't really have any yet. Yesterday was supposed to be a strong start. It was a bit of a limp start, but we are hopeful now. We do have the IHR as well, that the treaty, which is being negotiated currently in Geneva, will be a strong commitment. I think the problem right now is that we don't have great monitoring or accountability systems around these, including the IHR, which is essentially peer and self-reporting. So a lot of what is around the commitments in health are peer reporting and self-reporting. Self-reporting has its limits. It's late, it's not complete, it might be inaccurate. I think the good news is, and the positive news is, there's a lot of examples. Professor Gostin mentioned one. The ILO has a mechanism for whistleblowing. The human rights has a whole shadow mechanism for reporting where civil society can engage. The atomic energy treaties, you can actually do march-in rights to countries. So there are examples of where there are mechanisms to be able to independently monitor accountability. I think the trick is that and we'll talk later about this, is the idea of independence. And in order for monitoring to be effective, and a lot of research has shown this, it really has to be independent. And that means independent from political influence. And I think with the treaty, we're going to need a system which allows for verification of self-state reporting, which includes a wide range of stakeholders, civil society first and foremost. It's backed by our political leaders. And that's why I'm a big fan of this idea of a threats council and a high-level threats council, which is made up of political leadership, which is ultimately accountable for the state of our world. I often feel like I'm like talking to Star Trek when I talk about this stuff, but this idea of holding our political leadership accountable, to have on-site investigational power. So if country X says, oh, we don't have that, there is a potential to go in and check and verify that it's autonomous. We all know, I mean, I don't know as much about many of the sectors and the things we've heard today, but we do have sort of a lack of autonomy in our world. There's a lot of political dependencies and interdependencies, which don't really make people super independent. And the other part is this necessity to have a carrot and a stick approach. So states should be rewarded for good behavior, and there should be incentives in place to help them get where they're going if they behave well. And also something we can learn a bit from the human rights community is this idea of, if they're not compliant, is there a way to name and shame them? So I think we have a lot of work to go on this in health, and Professor Gostin's done a lot of work also on the framework tobacco on convention. And I love the way that that's always held up as such a great example, because at least in my country, everybody's still smoking.
It's not good.
Well, I'm going to go back to Professor Gostin and some of the things he mentioned. But Blessy, you mentioned earlier, all commitments, back in 2018, we've not really reached on TB. So how can we improve, the accountability for these new commitments that governments are making on Friday?
Thank you. So the question is, who is able to, or who holds who accountable? It is the community, it's the people that can hold governments accountable. Global entities like World Health Organization, Global Fund, government aid agencies actually cannot hold governments accountable. So I think it'll be the people,
why is that?
And empowering people is the most important thing.
Why can't they?
It's political, isn't it? I mean, you are in a country at the request of the government. you are governed by member states. So it would take a lot. I mean, I'm not saying it can't be done. It would take a lot for someone to actually say to a member state, I'm sorry, we're not progressing well in this particular area, we need to do better. But sadly, in TB, we haven't reached that. And also the fear is that the civil society also begins to compromise. I think that's the danger. So we need to protect that voice of dissent. We need to protect, the seats at the table. We need to provide those seats, and if there is no seat, dismantle that table, but continue to keep raising the voice of people who are dying, because TB is fully curable. But in 2020, we had 10.5 million people who developed TB, and 1.5 million died. That's mind-blowing. From a disease, an epidemic that is completely curable. And it shouldn't be acceptable. It should really be making us angry. But unfortunately, we're not there yet, I guess.
Professor Gustin, so today actually is the high-level meeting on universal health coverage. And we've been hearing universal health coverage there. I think for so long, everyone's just saying, we're going to reach this. This is the goal. This week, WHO and the World Bank just published their UHC monitoring report, where we're learning that more than half, or 4.5 billion of the population, were not fully covered by essential health services in 2021. That's 4.5 billion people. So I guess how helpful, first of all, is this monitoring report? And what other mechanisms are out there when we're trying to hold governments to their promises of achieving UHC? And what do you think is missing, or where things can be improved?
Yeah, I mean, there's a constant theme among all four of us, which is that we set goals, we set targets, whether it's in tuberculosis, the SDGs, universal health coverage, and we never meet them. And how can we meet them? Remember, UHC goes back to Alma Ata and the primary care declaration. We've never really come even close to that. And the monitoring shows it. We're here in the United States, among the richest countries in the world. A lot of people don't get coverage, including migrants. And it's true all over the world. So what are the possible mechanisms? I'm just going to rattle them off. And most of them, they've been eloquently stated already. One is, granular indicators. Disaggregated data that really can make things transparent. A second is deep scorecards, that really announce the kinds of weaknesses we have. Dispute settlement and incentives in funding. I think the carrots and sticks is really important. We actually have to have that kind of incentives. And so if you look at what you talked about, the independent evaluations of UHC or the IHR core capacities, it's self-evaluation. We really don't have much. And I want to end with the civil society part because, the best model for change is AIDS. In my mind, AIDS changed the world. And it was through bottom-up social mobilization. So I think civil society empowerment, funding civil society, but a combination of all of these is really necessary. And I think we can do it, but we do need the political will.
Nia, do you have where do you think opportunities here for when we talk about pandemic preparedness? What are some opportunities for change, or what initiatives are out there that we can build on to be able to hold governments accountable?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of opportunities for change, and I see Joy Pumafi in the room from the GPMB, and she's been a big champion of independent monitoring. And I think what we're proposing for the treaty itself is an independent committee. And this isn't a committee that redoes what WHO does. It doesn't look at disease analysis. What it does is it says, are states reporting against the treaty? Is their report timely? Is it complete? And is it accurate? Timely and complete, one can look at without any third party. And on the accuracy, are there other credible sources of information which suggest that what's in the report against the treaty is accurate? Civil society voices or other, following a lot of the shadow reporting. I think the trick that we're gonna have to, the thing we're gonna have to get over is really holding ourselves accountable vis-a-vis what does it mean to be independent. And what we mean by independence, and we've looked at a lot of measures in a report that we should have out in the next couple of weeks, is technical independence. Can you say what you want to say based on the evidence that you find? Operational independence. Can you operate? Can you visit a country? Can you travel? Can you do things that make you operationally independent as a committee? Are you politically independent? Either from, you were appointed by somebody and you have to say whatever it is that sort of your boss wants. And are you financially independent without strings attached to the money? So we think there are real opportunities for the treaty to be able to put in place an independent monitoring committee. And we're enthusiastic about that.
Leslie, do you have anything to add in terms of, in the TB space?
Yes, in terms of opportunities, it depends on the willingness to shift power. If we look at where does the power lie right now, very little power at the bottom, where it is the affected communities, and especially in TB. And I think as long as TB remains medicalized and people suffering from TB remain passive recipients of care, or looked at as passive recipients of care, it's not going to change. We need to recognize people affected by the diseases who have the lived experience as valuable partners in the response. Create the space, invest, and ensure the investment is actually rightly used to change the status quo. We are great at monitoring. We know exactly what the progress has been from 2018 till now. We have the percentages, the numbers. I think what we need to do better is in terms of accountability. Holding people accountable who are responsible. Otherwise, it'll be another HLM, another, talk about targets and how we've reached so little, and the cycle will go on and on. It needs to break. And I think the time is right for us to actually break that and say, enough is enough. We need accountability from people who have committed and who have promised to make a difference. And we will not rest until that happens.
Dr. Gostin, I give you the last word, but where do you think things can change? And also you mentioned, the importance of earlier about, the whole carrots and stick thing. I think, how can that be more effective?
Well, one of the things we haven't talked about, of course, are funding mechanisms. And funding mechanisms, are important in and of themselves, but they're also can be important as incentives for countries to do the right thing. So I think working on those kinds of areas would be good. Let me just end with just a little bright hope, because it's very easy to just get awfully discouraged because of all the goals we've set and all the failures we've had. But in the IHR, you've got Global North and Global South, with one on calling an implementation committee, the other compliance committee. And we're trying to, one's from the African Union, and really trying to have a meeting of minds. The other thing we haven't talked about is accountability for equity. Equity is the thing that we failed most at. We've always done since, tuberculosis, Ebola, Zika, you name it. And COVID-19 was the classic example of just the utter unconscionable failure of us to be fair. And so to have those equity mechanisms and be accountable for them, there is a lack of trust in Geneva now among the negotiators, North and South. And this is at the heart of it. And we can do it with some financial incentives, as long as real clear commitments to equitable allocation and diversified manufacturing of vaccines and therapeutics.
You mentioned Geneva, so I just want to build on that. How can the pandemic treaty discussions help?
Me? How can the pandemic treaties help? Well, it's very clear that I've got so much to say about it.
But maybe just one.
Just one.
Yeah.
I mean, in the current draft, there are no accountability mechanisms. Basically, what they do is they say, let's just punt that off, kick the can down the road. The Conference of Parties will deal with it. That's nonsense. You can't do that. And there are clear mechanisms we can use. And we've stated what they are. And we've got to choose a suite of them and actually have binding commitments in the treaty to do that.
Well, thank you so much to our panelists, really for this insightful conversation. And hopefully, the high-level meetings will not just be a paper, but,
All right, thank you, Jenna.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, well, we're going next to our next session. Is the world doing enough to prevent and prepare for the next pandemic? And I'd like to invite our speakers on stage, please. We have Richard Hatchett, CEO of the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, or CEPI, and Joy Pumafi, co-chair of the Global Preparedness Monitoring Board. Well, thank you so much for being with us today. I'm sure your schedules are packed, so we appreciate your time. The time to fix the roof is before the rain comes, not in the middle of a storm. We've heard that so much during the pandemic, right? There's a lot of proposals, ideas, initiatives were put forward in the last couple of years to address gaps in health systems and in the global architecture. So I really want to get a sense here, a little bit more detail of where things are moving ahead and where things are, we're not doing much in that area. But before I start, I just want to maybe briefly, if you can rate from 1 to 10, how ready is the world for another COVID-like emergency, and why did you pick that rating? Joy?
Thank you so much, and wonderful to be here. And I thank Devex and you for this interview and this conversation. Our feeling at the GPMB is that we may have started getting ready in a limited way post-COVID, but there's also regression. There's regression, for example, in some of the funding mechanisms that were set up have been dismantled. The big fund that has been set up is grossly underfunded. But there have been little nuggets of hope, but I would still rank it under 5.
Under 5, okay. Yes. Richard?
I think I would agree. I would probably answer the question with the where are we now and where could we be? And I think where we are now is probably certainly somewhere under 5. I would say, given
we're not even passing right at this point.
Given the experience that we had and the fact that we're still dealing with the cascading consequences of the pandemic, it's very clear that we were vastly underprepared for what we experienced. We made a lot of advances. We learned a lot of lessons during the pandemic. If we act on those lessons and take advantage of the things that we have learned, I think we could be in the 7 to 8 range within a reasonable time frame, within 5 to 10 years. But where we are now, I'd say 3, maybe.
Well, what are some of the initiatives let's start this in a positive note. What are some initiatives you're excited about? Richard, can you talk about something on the vaccine space?
Sure. So, I mean, one of the things that happened during the pandemic is that we validated new vaccine technologies, what I would describe as rapid response technologies for the first time. mRNA is the one that everybody is probably most familiar with, but it's by no means the only rapid response technology that was validated. The viral vector technologies, even some of the protein-based technologies. We also validated some concepts about how to respond. The reason we were able to deliver vaccines as rapidly as we were was because we actually had solved the fundamental problem of vaccine design for coronaviruses before COVID emerged. And we were able to rapidly adapt that knowledge and apply it to the development of new COVID vaccines, which is part of the reason that we had such a high success rate with the COVID vaccines. I'm very pleased, and we're working hard as an organization to support the efforts to geo-diversify vaccine manufacturing capacity. And I think that's going to be a really important project for the future.
I read that CEPI has made some announcements recently and some of the partnerships, and maybe we can go back to that later. Joy, what are some of the initiatives that you're excited about? Maybe you can talk. I don't know if there's something exciting in the financing space, but outside of health, maybe other multi-sectoral preparedness efforts.
I would say yes, there is some exciting news. I mean, you are saying outside health, but even within health, apart from the area of the new technologies, the potential for sharing the technologies, the excitement about manufacturing, a lot of commitment from countries and from funders about investing in manufacturing. And there is a lot that has been done on expanding capacity for genomic surveillance, laboratory support network, building reference laboratory, training the specialists, who would be working there, creating links with researchers within the continent. But I think the one important area is the One Health area. And we haven't done enough, but what I find hopeful is that we have realized that we are not doing enough on One Health. There was a lot of focus on One Health at the beginning of the climate change debate, and then somewhere we dropped the ball. But we know that One Health is so critical to pandemic preparedness and health, particularly linking the surveillance. And we also are aware that, like you are saying, apart from the funding, there are other important linkages that deal with trade, intellectual property issues that need to be addressed. So those sectors are being questioned right now. So I think the good thing is that we know where the challenges are. Apart, of course, from the lack of accountability monitoring, and accountability.
Well, I think you answered my second question, which is where are things not moving ahead or being neglected? And you mentioned, you talk about IP, you talk about financing and all of this stuff. Richard, where do you think things are not moving ahead or being neglected?
I mean, one of the areas, and it's been a topic of conversation here in New York this week, is surge financing during a response. One of the major challenges that we faced in the response to the pandemic was that it took time to secure resources to try to work towards equitable access to the countermeasures that were developed. Having those mechanisms in place in the future will be critically important. People are working on it, but we certainly haven't set those mechanisms up. I will say the Pandemic Fund, as a new institution, has the potential to be terrifically important in the future, but it's currently undercapitalized.
Among these initiatives, I want to talk about equity. Everyone's really talking about equity, especially after what happened during COVID. How are we making sure, that as we roll out these initiatives, that the main goal is really there's equity at the end of the road?
What we have done when we published our monitoring framework in May this year was focus a lot on the issue of equity, on the issue of cohesion, leadership. but also on the need for monitoring and accountability, not necessarily as a stick, but as a tool for ensuring that we cover all the bases. And we have already consulted with over 100 experts globally. Our report will come out the end of October, but the findings are quite clear that the equity issue is still way behind, lagging behind considerably. And we'll even be able to provide you with scores on the various indicators that we have selected for measuring equity and the other aspects of pandemic preparedness. But the findings right now are really quite disturbing.
Could I just
Sure.
add one quick comment on that? We think that the system produces the results that it's designed to produce. And in response to COVID, it produced massive inequity. And so we have to start with equity, and we have to design to equity as a natural output of the system. And if we don't start with equity, if we think of equity as something to bring later, we'll never get there.
How are you changing that? That's step B.
Well, one of the things that we're doing is we're trying to imagine a system that would allow global scaling of vaccine production, not just in high-income countries, but in manufacturers around the world. And we're making investments. You mentioned some of the investments we announced this week, a new partnership with Biopharma, which is a very well-established and old vaccine producer in Indonesia. We're going to help them install mRNA production capacity and get that up and running so that, you know, a major producer in the global south will be able to deliver vaccines quickly. And we're partnering with the WHO initiative and others that are trying to do that more broadly.
So I think, okay, we still have some we still have some time. Can you talk a little bit more about those partnerships? Because you mentioned you have partnership with Biopharma, you have partnership with I think the Oxford University. How can that? What makes those partnerships transformative?
Well, we're setting up a series of strategic partnerships with partners that either are working with what I would call validated technologies that delivered billions of doses of vaccine during the pandemic. And we want to expand the application of those technologies to more and more types of potential threat. The partnership with Biopharma and our other partnerships with developing country vaccine manufacturers, we're looking to work with the well-established partners that are already producing vaccines at scale, but making sure they have expanded access to the most modern technologies.
I want to go back to the last thing on the issue of equity, because GPMB has this manifesto, right? And one of the things is, are these initiatives designed to deliver equity in access and outcomes? How are you testing that? How are you able to kind of test it, even if, you know, we're not in a pandemic?
The important thing with the principle of equity, I think, like has been said before, is that it has to be in the design. So we are looking at the governance structures. We are looking at the way the legal frameworks have been designed, which is why it is absolutely critical that the treaty have legal instruments in the treaty that are going to hold partners and governments and partners accountable and focus on this principle of equity and cohesion and multilateralism, and ensure that there's a monitoring framework that is independent, that is built into that will assess and that will be able to therefore support the protection of equity, the principle of equity. It is inclusive. You cannot just inject it at the end and say now there is equity.
I'm afraid that's the only time we have, but I love the discussion because, you know, it's all of it is intersecting, you know, equity, monitoring, and accountability. Thank you so much to our speakers for being with us today.
Thanks, Kitty.
Thank you. I'd now like to direct your attention to the screens for a brief video from the Task Force for Global Health.
COVID-19 was not the world's first pandemic, and history tells us that it won't be the last. But right now, we have a unique edge. Every country in the world is better prepared for a pandemic than before COVID because countries now have a vaccine delivery system in place to get vaccines to those who need them. Implementing and operating these delivery systems entails everything from vaccine regulations to cold chain management and transportation to training healthcare workers and raising awareness in the community. These systems require time and coordination and are expensive to develop, which means if they aren't used, ramping them back up can slow response and put lives at risk. We cannot afford to lose our edge, so we must maintain these delivery systems. And one of the most effective ways to do so is to use these systems for annual influenza vaccination programs. This is our mission at PV. PV, the Partnership for International Vaccine Initiatives, is a key program of the Task Force for Global Health. We work to create, sustain, and optimize respiratory virus vaccination programs like influenza in low and middle-income countries. These programs not only protect communities from the annual impact of influenza, but they also provide an effective means to keep each country's vaccine delivery system warm and operational so that the necessary infrastructure and capacity to deliver vaccines is already in place and active if and when we have to face another pandemic. In doing so, we can help countries keep their edge and make it sharper for both a healthier influenza season and ultimately better pandemic preparedness.
Hi, I'm back for the third time. so we have another panel session. A fireside chat with no other than Helen Clark, former Prime Minister of New Zealand and the co-chair of the Independent Panel for Pandemic Prevention, Preparedness and Response. Helen, please come on stage. Well, thank you so much for being with us. You know, Helen has been in mostly of the panels I've been to, in side events at the UN and outside. So I feel like I've been talking to her for most of the week. So yesterday was the high-level meeting on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. Helen was, of course, in the middle, giving her powerful statements. But you set a pretty scary scenario there at the before heads of state and government when you said, what if there's a new dangerous virus now that's circulating and infect us, and we all go back to our home countries and spread this to our communities? Would the world be ready to manage that outbreak? If you were to answer your question, what would be your response?
Well, firstly, nothing's changed about the international legal regime around this. We don't have a pandemic accord. We have the same international health regulations. We don't yet have any kind of surge funding mechanism to scale up to the degree required, and the lack of ready access to finance quickly was a problem with COVID-19. Add to that the pandemic has left many countries, if not most countries, pretty stripped out fiscally. There's a lot more debt, really huge levels of debt from high income to the lowest income countries. I suppose the only respect in which we might be a little better off is the experience of COVID is so recent that we may still have some of the mechanisms and tools ready at hand to deploy. But I think funding would be a significant issue, and the same issues that bedeviled WHO and trying to get access to the site of outbreak, which it doesn't have the power to insist on, the right to publish information it has without government permission, the ability to act in a precautionary fashion, the taking advice from an emergency committee which may see things differently, all the things that were obstacles and led to a month's delay in really getting any action, they're still there.
For those of you who are not in the room, who didn't follow, it's a whole day event. Why was the meeting of this high level meeting so important? Maybe you can give the audience a point on that. And why was the declaration so disappointing for so many?
Well, firstly, the meeting was really almost 2 years too late. We recommended in the independent panel report of May 2021 that it be held by the end of the year. And imagine if it had been held by the end of 2021 when we were still very much aware of the pandemic, where governments hadn't entirely moved on from it. I think it would have had a much bigger impact, and we may have got a better declaration out of it. But at this point, we're well into the cycle of panic and neglect. So we went through the panic in 2020. It started to abate somewhat in 2021 as the vaccines rolled out in the high-income countries, and of course, as we know, dismally for low and middle-income countries. But coming as it did now, so many governments have moved on, and we're in what's a syndemic or a polycrisis or whatever you want to call it. There's a lot of things commanding governments and diplomats' attention. So this probably hasn't had the degree of application that it should have had. So we ended up with what is clearly a weak political declaration, which still has to go through the General Assembly, by the way. And I think those well informed about this will know that on the eve of the high-level meetings, a letter was received from a group of countries who have gathered together as a group opposed to unilateral coercive measures. They don't like any of it at all. They don't like the process, and there's still, at least in theory, the ability to unpick declarations a bit when it goes to the General Assembly. But the only concrete commitment in the political declaration is the commitment to hold another meeting in 3 years' time and to discuss what's happened in the intervening 3 years. Well, what are we going to discuss? What are we going to measure? I mean,
what concerns you about that timeline? We're going to have to meet again in 3 years' time.
3 years' time. I mean, and will we have improved IHR? Will we have a new legal instrument around pandemics? Who knows? I mean, the sense of urgency has gone. I sometimes draw the parallel with what happened after the Chernobyl nuclear explosion, which was devastating. And within 5 months of Chernobyl, during the Cold War, we're in a new one now, but that's another matter. During the old Cold War, within 5 months, the member states negotiated 2 new nuclear safety conventions. Well, here we are, maybe next year, May 2024, at the World Health Assembly, 4 years after the declaration of a public health emergency of international concern, and a pandemic which is estimated to have been associated with excess mortality of 24 million people, let alone the social and economic costs that are associated with it. Where's the sense of urgency? This is not 5 months. It may be 4 years. It may go longer. Old saying applies: those who don't learn the lessons of history are doomed to repeat them, which is why we say, if there was another pandemic emerging tomorrow, would we be better off, better prepared?
You mentioned about urgency, and yesterday there were some heads of state who were there at the plenary making statements, but it's not as many as one would expect for a high-level event. I think there was less than 15. There was 13 heads of state who spoke. How are you viewing that? When we talk about urgency and pandemic preparedness should be at the top of the agenda.
I think if the meeting had been 2 years ago, it would have been a different story. But they've kind of moved on from the urgency of the moment. I do think it's an issue overall that there were a number of very significant no-shows at the General Assembly this year. I think it was David McNair of the One campaign who said that the General Assembly is looking like Davos with lower level attendance. Well, it's pretty devastating, isn't it? But I mean, what is it when you have a Security Council with 5 permanent members and the heads of state of 4 of them don't come, right? I mean, doesn't it go with being a member of the Security Council, you front up to the organisation? I think it's disgraceful. So a lot of room for reflection here on the UN platforms and how seriously they're being taken, and to have come through an existential crisis like the pandemic and have so little level of interest from heads of state is, of course, reprehensible.
Well, everyone's now looking at the pandemic treaty as the next opportunity. What can be done to avoid the disappointments that emerged from this week's meeting?
So this week's meeting, if it sort of tossed the ball to Geneva, would have achieved something. So are the negotiators in Geneva going to feel that they're under any more pressure to achieve something than they do currently? I mean, clearly they're bogged down on quite fundamental issues. And it's not yet clear to me that they can present outcomes in May next year.
What happens if that doesn't happen?
So
what's the plan C?
Well, I mean, I think there could be a plan C, but I mean, there is a debate among countries now as to whether they will accept a weak agreement or would be better with no agreement. So that's the sort of brinksmanship, I suppose. I do wonder whether there might be a plan C in going back to the concept of a framework convention, which doesn't try to spell everything out in detail at this point, which is very difficult, obviously, as we come up to the 7th round of the INB. When we did the independent panel report, we recommended the negotiation of a framework convention under the relevant article of the WHO Constitution. There's only ever been one of these, and that was the Tobacco Convention, but they can be built on over time. So a framework convention can establish broad principles, and that they're not so difficult to agree on, and then over time you try to work to improve with protocols and so on. That could be a plan C that could come out again.
You've been calling for world leaders, to take bold action for years now. It's been more than 2 years since the launch of the report of the independent panel. What keeps you going? What motivates you?
Well, life is short, isn't it? And the issues are really serious. So, we just have to keep up a level of commitment and energy, because if we walk away and don't hold people to account for making agreements and pushing forward, we'll never get any progress. And I think a lot rests on strong civil society advocacy to, keep governments under some pressure to do something. If we give up on that and go away and do other things, then we can't expect much progress. So I can only encourage those in the room, and I'm sure very big civil society presence here, don't give up. We have to try and make these systems work, because the alternative is a bit daunting.
Well, don't give up and keep going. That's all the time we have. Thank you so much, Helen.
Hello. Okay, so we are now moving on to talk about AI and the digital future at the UN. I'll be talking to Amandeep Singh Gill. He's a former Indian diplomat focused on disarmament issues and is now leading up the charge at the UN on trying to sort of rewrite the rules of the internet. Maybe that's a little too much, but anyway, come on in. All right, good to see you. Thanks.
Not rewriting the rules of the internet, no.
Well, We've got to spice things up. So the Secretary General has an extremely ambitious program over the next year to try and increase the UN's role in internet governance, in trying to set guardrails for AI. This is going to be a very complicated process involving coordinating the UN bureaucracy, bringing member states on board. So why don't you talk a little bit from your perspective about what your goals are, and and why the UN should be playing this role. We can get into the challenges later.
Sure. So let's leave aside the issue of internet governance, which is dealt with in a very specific forum called the Internet Governance Forum. It's a multi-stakeholder forum, long established and very competent. It does its job well. It's partly the reason why we have a global internet, and despite the geopolitical upheavals, we can still connect to it, hopefully from everywhere, provided you have connectivity, which is another issue. What the SG is focused on is supporting the member states in getting to the Summit of the Future next year, 2024, with a set of ambitious outcomes. One of those 5 outcomes is the Global Digital Compact. A kind of once-in-a-generation opportunity to come together, a set of principles, but also commitments and objectives and action areas, review and follow up, so we can handle the misuse, the potential misuse, address the digital divide, and harness digital transformation for the Sustainable Development Goals.
Right. So in terms of risks and that might provide some challenges, I mean, you're dealing with a very state-centric organization, and you have states with different values and views about how this issue is to be dealt with, and quite a number of powerful, influential member states, including China, Russia, Turkey, others, have essentially used the technology and to sort of stifle dissent, to control their populations. And so there's a certain concern that by bringing this into sort of state negotiations, that you provide an opportunity for these forces to sort of influence the outcome. So how do you address that?
On the contrary, I would say that if you have a set of global principles that have human rights at their center, which promote human rights online as they are applicable offline, and clarify important issues around data protection, digital public infrastructure, digital public goods, it creates a legitimate reference point for civil society organizations, private sector, even in those countries where technology might be misused for surveillance, for suppression of human rights, to push back against those issues. So I would say that this process, which has a multi-stakeholder character, it is not just governments that are coming together to do this. There has been so far strong participation by the private sector, civil society, and the independent tech community. So I would like to look at it from the other end. And there are concrete action points, potential action points inside the Global Digital Compact that will allow us to push back against the misuse of technology. For instance, a human rights advisory mechanism, which we are working on with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, so that when governments draft legislation, they do not use national security or other reasons to kind of suppress content in ways that undermines freedom of expression.
Right. Okay. Now, let me use an example of sort of a current sort of discussion that's underway, and that's the cybersecurity negotiations, the cybersecurity treaty. And that is the sort of thing that I think has raised some of these concerns. There have been discussions about whether the definition of crimes is too broad, and that it would sort of encompass a whole group of people who in some ways are helping to deal with these issues of cybersecurity. Researchers who investigate, look at, try to test the programs of, big tech companies to make sure that there aren't flaws in them. And there's some concern that these people would be kind of swept up in these broader sort of interpretations.
Yes. But what's the bigger problem? The bigger problem is that we are leaking 5 to 7% of global GDP to cybercrime, to ransomware. And this is a growing problem in the developing world, where digital economy is one of the fastest growing components of the GDP. So there is a need, a global need, to track down cybercrime, to prevent the misuse of these technologies, and promote the growth of the digital economy, which has these inclusion aspects related to it, the acceleration of financial inclusion, for instance. Now, we have to make sure that these provisions are not misused, but that doesn't mean that they are not required. And the other problem we have is that agreements we have so far, for instance, the Budapest Convention, that is a set of like-minded countries. So we need to kind of expand it to a global footprint. And the negotiation that the Algerian ambassador in Vienna, she's leading, negotiation also taking place in New York, are tough. But they are making progress. It's a complex field, and hopefully some of the high standards that we've seen in bilateral and multilateral agreements in terms of law enforcement cooperation on preventing cybercrimes, they can be brought into this convention.
Now, both you and the Secretary General have underscored the importance of having this be sort of a multi-stakeholder process. But as people who kind of follow the UN realize that it's not that sort of it's not an always favorable environment for outsiders who non-state members, and so there's concern that in this process, once you bring it into kind of a member state negotiation, that there's almost a natural reflex to keep tech people, private sector, civil society kind of on the sidelines. Like, how will that be addressed?
Right. So when I came back to the UN last year, I mean, I'm a relative newcomer to the UN, I became aware of some of the practical difficulties. This is how we've designed the UN, primarily as an intergovernmental forum. But when you deal with digital technologies, artificial intelligence, the state-centric view does not help you that much. The human resource, the data, the expertise is in the private sector. They are often the ones with the up-to-date information. Even advanced governments, countries in relatively advanced countries don't have that information. So how do we, within the existing structure, without breaking it down and building it up again, how do we bring that element? So we've tried to be creative, and I can't speak for others in the system, but I think I have my clear instructions from the Secretary General to give you just one example. For his high-level advisory body on artificial intelligence, in parallel with the normal process of circulating note verbals to the member states, asking them to nominate experts, we opened a public call for nominations with certain criteria, transparency around what kind of fields of expertise we were looking for. And we've been really overwhelmed by the response. So going forward, we'll have an advisory body that'll have strong participation from the private sector, strong participation from civil society and the independent tech community, academia, as well as government-nominated experts, so we can together make sense of what's the risk landscape, what's the opportunity landscape, what's missing in the current governance efforts, what needs to be invested in. It'll be a truly multi-stakeholder effort.
Right. So we have very little time left, but I wanted to ask you one last question. And part of your role, I gather, is to help coordinate across the system. And it's a very fragmented organization. The specialized agencies have their own rules and regulations, their own leadership. They don't answer necessarily to the Secretary General. How do you do that? How do you kind of prevent duplication, agencies kind of all fighting for a piece of this?
Yes, this is something that doesn't win me popularity, but I think we have to make sure that we work as one UN. To give you again a concrete example, I'm sometimes worried by the anthropomorphic characterization of artificial intelligence in UN meetings. Sophia the robot, you can imagine the gender side of it and all of that. So common messaging on AI so that we don't hype it either negatively or positively. Then functional cooperation, working together on issues like launching a common initiative on digital public infrastructure safeguards with the UNDP, knitting the digital experts together across the UN system. And I like to appeal to member states also, the funders, the donors, that don't feed this fragmentation. Try and bring us together.
So no more Sophia. We didn't invite her today.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Sorry we couldn't talk some more. Pleasure. All right, let me grab that.
All right, thank you. Now, I think we have a very well-deserved break. So there are some refreshments, some snacks in the back. Feel free to take a little breather. Restroom will be back at 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. So for those of you joining online, be on standby and we'll be back shortly. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. We're going to get started again in just a minute. So if you want to come find your seat again, feel free to bring your snacks and drinks with you. And we will have plenty of time for networking again after the next round of sessions. So please start making your way to your seat. Thank you.
I have the same side for all the pictures. Thank you for doing this.
No, are you? Thank you. Recover and give it a platform, right? The goal is to educate and provoke people and to have them think about.
All right, everyone, we are going to get started. We have a really great conversation between Jenny Lay Ravelo and Vanessa Carey on the intersection of climate and health, kicking off what will be several sessions really looking into climate. So please make your way to your seats and look forward to the conversation. Thank you both.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hi everyone. I'm again back on stage, and here with me is Dr. Vanessa Carey. She's the CEO of Seed Global Health and WHO Special Envoy for Climate Change and Health. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
I know we're still in the middle of the UN General Assembly, but in a few months' time, is also another big event, the UN Climate Change Conference, or COP28. So really the discussion today is all about, what should those working in the health sector expect from COP? What's your checklist going to COP? And where do you think things are shifting or can, change in the climate and health space? So let's start with, we know that health features prominently at COP this year. There's the Health Day that, everyone's talking about. We're always having, at Devex and other side events, we have this health discussions. At WHA, there's health discussions. And there's also this increasingly health and climate discussions. What exactly are you hoping will come out of the Health Day at COP? And how can this Health Day be transformative and different from all the other discussions happening on these issues?
Oh, thank you. And thank you very much to Devex for hosting this really important conversation, because the climate crisis, which we are seeing every day, is killing us. And the climate crisis is fundamentally a health crisis. And so when we look to the fact that we finally have a first ever day of health in the COP negotiations, and so it's been 28 years of COP, right? And health has never been featured as a thematic day. And I think this really reflects the fact that there's a growing understanding that climate change is killing us. And whether it is the floods that swept 50 people out, that swept 20,000 people out to sea in Derna, whether it is the wildfires and the increases in disease that we're seeing in NCDs, in maternal health, in vector-borne diseases, and across the board, we have to acknowledge this. So my hope for the things we are going to see out of this discussion is, one, people's understanding that climate change is in the climate crisis is a health crisis. Two, that there is a meaningful commitment to reducing harm by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, because right now those are going up. That is what is driving this crisis. That is what is killing us, and we have to acknowledge that. I think third or second, I don't know what number I'm on, it's the end of the week actually, is the fact that we need to actually include climate in health into our climate discussions. So it's got to be part of the negotiations, needs to be part of the global stock take, so it becomes part of the metrics that we measure, and that we start to mobilize really meaningful financing to address not only the mitigation, but the ability for communities to adapt and be able to protect ourselves and to protect our health.
COP28 CEO Adnan Amin said there's also going to be a ministerial document coming out of COP, this health minister from the health ministerial. So what kind of checklist do you have coming to the conference that you absolutely want to see from that ministerial declaration?
Well, I think the opportunity from the ministerial is to, again, raise the profile of the linkages between the climate crisis and the health crisis. So it still goes back to that idea of making sure that health ministers can bring forth a common message about, again, the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, which are killing us, the need to have the health sector, which contributes 5% of our greenhouse gas emissions. That's more than the airline industry, actually. And we need to focus on our own contribution to reducing greenhouse gases. But again, the important opportunity here for us to actually start to do the work in health and health system strengthening we've always needed to do. We learned some really big lessons in COVID, which is that our failure to invest in strong health systems, in the infrastructure, in the health workforce, in the planning, left us incredibly vulnerable, such that when COVID hit, 90% of countries saw disruption in services. The climate crisis is the ultimate pandemic. We are looking at all diseases being driven by climate change now. So the way we know how to do this, we just haven't done it yet. So I think there's an opportunity for health ministers to bring that conversation forward, that we can actually do adaptation and resilience by investing in strong health systems, in a workforce that can meet these burdens of disease. And that is our pandemic preparedness. That is our UHC, but it's more than that. It's actually our economic growth, because it turns out we spend more reacting to health than we would if we focused on prevention. We know that for every dollar invested in health and into the climate and health space, you can see $2 to $4 of return on investment. We also know that it is our security. There's going to be 1.2 billion refugees and migrants from climate change by 2050. We know that this is our water security. 6 billion people are going to be water insecure at some portion of the year in the coming decade. So we have the opportunity to reverse all of these negative trends, but it starts with investing in a health-centered approach to climate change.
You mentioned about investments, and early this week, you mentioned something that I thought was quite powerful. The need for us to think about investments in building more climate resilient health systems beyond economic returns. Do you think that shift in mindset is happening, or how do you think that shift can happen?
So I am a huge believer that health is fundamental. It is literally the difference between our abilities to go to work, to have livelihoods. We know extreme heat is costing, for example, the United States $100 billion in productivity just in lost wages and lost business. We know it is whether or not you can care for your family, whether or not you're going to have a roof over your head. And so it is really sort of the fundamental fabric of our well-being in our society. And we don't invest in it. So do I think that conversation is shifting? It's beginning to, because we're having it here in this room. Is it shifting fast enough? And most importantly, is it getting to the policymakers and the people who make the decisions and make the appropriations? Not yet. But that's incumbent on all of us in this room. It's incumbent on that conversation that we need to have at COP, but not just COP, right? Munich Security Council, the G20, in our living rooms, right? We are living in an existential moment, and we have a choice about how we're going to proceed. And I think it starts by changing what we invest in and what we value, and health, again, is fundamental to that. So I'd love to say it is shifting. I think it is beginning to. We have a long way to go, and that is going to be something that I'm very committed to, and that I'm hoping all of you will join me in, going forward.
Sometimes there's this debate around where do you make your investments in climate adaptation, in climate mitigation. It's clear that the investment should be on both. And you mentioned earlier this week as well, and I'm quoting you here. At the end of the day, if we do not find a way to reduce our fossil fuel emissions in this world, we are going to continue on a pathway to our own death. Now, COP is happening in the UAE, whose carbon emissions are expected to increase up to 2030. The COP president has been under fire and has actually been called to, step down, given he is chief executive of the UAE state oil company. What's your take on this? How are you engaging with COP on these issues?
Look, I'm very vocal about it. Our survival is going to, and our planet's survival is going to be dependent on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Dr. Tedros, the head of the World Health Organization, has been vocal about this too, where he has said that our addiction to fossil fuels is more than an act of environmental vandalism. From a health perspective, it's an act of self-sabotage, and it is. It is the rise of greenhouse gases that are driving the speed rate that we are seeing climate change. Look at this summer, the apocalyptic and prophetic rate of events that we have seen alone in this summer. This is getting worse. And now I'm not saying this from a doom and gloom perspective, because I think we can do something about it, but that is being driven by the fossil fuels. So we have to mitigate. Mitigating, by the way, is adaptation. It's adapting to wanting to survive. So we need to be able to bring the greenhouse gases down, and we will continue to be vocal about that. But I think it's important to realize that we have to engage, right? And we have to be thoughtful about the fact that some countries have, or there are, the ability to mitigate fossil fuels is also going to take, people's livelihoods depend on it too currently, right? And you can't just take those livelihoods away. So what we have to do is decide here and now and today that we are going to commit to reducing, right? We should never be going up from here on out. We should be going down, and we have to do this in a smart way that is creating jobs and protecting livelihoods. But we have to accelerate the rate that we do that without question. But we have a problem. Globally, if you look at the commitments, almost every country's greenhouse gas emissions are going up. The UK just announced that they're rolling back their commitments to net zero. That is an unacceptable decision for a short-term expedient choice for an election next year. And the problem is, it's not going to save the UK any money. It's just going to cost the UK money to react and to have to make that transition later. So we are going to continue to be very vocal. We're going to continue to engage. And most importantly, we're going to bring the science and the data forward about how the health benefits of reducing greenhouse gases can create savings in the long term, can protect livelihoods. And I think we can make a meaningful difference in people's decision-making to make that transition faster.
But just to clarify, you've had the conversation, you've sat down with the COP president and said, the emissions problem in this country.
I have been engaging with the COP presidency on the issues of greenhouse gases and the need to reduce emissions to protect human health.
Well, that's UAE, but we're also here sitting in New York in the US, one of the largest emitters of greenhouse gases. How are you engaging here in your home country on climate mitigation? What's your call to action?
My call to action, again, is to bring the evidence forth, the data forth, to have people understand what is happening, that the climate crisis is a health crisis, and that there's an opportunity to take a health-centered approach to climate change that will not only make us healthier, but will lead to economic protection, that will lead to closing the equity gaps that we see, that will lead to better security, and that is going to fundamentally be a critical transformation for our country, whether that is engaging with our own government, whether that is advocating for it in different forums, whether that is working to bring the science forward. I am wholly committed to this because one, I'm a physician, and I believe that with the protection of human health is going to start with it. This is the single biggest threat to our health at this point because it is driving every type of health burden that we see. But I'm also committed to it because I am a mother and I have an 8-year-old daughter who can't sleep at night and a 11-year-old son who this is all they talk about is what's going to happen and why do you people make really bad decisions, meaning my generation and up. So this is the fight for our survival, period. And we all have to be engaged.
One of the main things coming out a lot of the conversations this week is how integrated everything is. There's a huge focus in the health sector right now on pandemic preparedness, but is climate change being recognized enough in those conversations? And if not, how do you think that can be done or improved?
I think we are just starting to talk about the intersection of climate change and health. I think people are finally recognizing that climate is driving a health crisis again. Rises in non-communicable disease. It turns out for every increase in 1 degree Celsius that we see in our temperature, there's an increase of 6% chance of stillbirth. So stillbirths go up by 6%. This affects maternal mortality, intrauterine growth restriction, which has a lifelong legacy for a child. It drives non-communicable disease. It drives mental health. It is driving vector-borne diseases such that we are seeing that over half the world is going to be impacted by dengue in the coming decade. And that impact is actually real and economic again. So we are beginning this conversation, but I'm going to challenge you back as DevX to start covering this in everything, right? I'm going to challenge us to have these conversations at the dinner table and to really engage in this topic and to demand something different because we are dying because of climate change. But I'm not going to end on a note of doom and gloom because I'm ultimately an optimist. We actually can change how we do this. We know what to do. It's a question of making that choice. We can choose to focus on a health-centered response to climate change, and we will see a win-win-win across every sector, and we will save lives.
Well, we don't have much time. Thank you so much, Dr. Carey, for being with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Hi, everyone. Allie Blunt with Devex. Thanks again for joining us today. Very happy to introduce our next speaker, who is Sarita, President and CEO of Heifer International. I'm sure many of you here are familiar with Heifer and their work with local and national partners to help them develop holistic, locally led solutions for rural farming households. My experience with heifer goes way back. I actually received a heifer goat as a gift from my grandparents about 20 years ago. We're not talking about goats today. That will have to be for another time. We're going to talk specifically about harnessing the power of rural women and investing in youth, both of which are really the key to improving economic and climate resilience for rural smallholder farmers. Thank you again, Sarita, for being here.
Happy to be here.
So despite making up 43% of the global agricultural workforce, women in low and middle income settings are suffering disproportionately from multidimensional poverty. Can you unpack some of the specific challenges and constraints that they're facing?
Yes, but before I do that, let me thank Devex for inviting Heifer to be able to speak at this event. It's a great opportunity to be here and also to share that we do more than just goats. But it's still great to know that people remember us for that because we've been around 80 years and we've been working to end hunger and poverty and caring for the earth. And in terms of the question that you just asked, we work with smallholder farmer families in 18 countries around the world, and most of them are women. And what we find is they are trying to ensure that they have livelihoods, and they face these social, cultural barriers as women. They're invisible to society. They're not given an education, and yet they carry the burden of taking care of their families. They feed their families. They feed their in-laws. They ensure that their kids, have food. They go out and harvest, and the burden on them is to exist in patriarchal societies. That's where we work. And what we have discovered is
you can't just get to the technical solutions around value chains without addressing the social, cultural issues. And you have to talk about that. And with climate change, it's even worse. It's a double burden. We heard this from Vanessa. With the heat being what it is, going out to get water, going out miles to get, to sell your produce, puts a burden on women.
Yeah, so you told us a little bit about the challenges these women and their families face. Could you talk to us a little bit about your approach and how it stays women and youth centered in supporting rural communities?
Yeah, so, what's been great about being at Devex is I've gotten to hear from a number of people talk about building trust and building the social capital of creating a scaffolding of trust so that women can thrive. And many of these women end up with gender-based violence. And so what we do is we have a community-based approach, and we work with women to bring them together in self-help groups in places like Nepal and India so that they can create savings. And then what happens is they end up having a voice and an agency to be able to then support them around their agro businesses. Ultimately, what we want to do is create a market system for them. They're not beneficiaries, they're partners. So how do we provide that? And that's through our community health approach. And I want to just say with youth, we work in Africa. We know that, today the population is somewhere in the region of, the youth is about 35 years of age. That's about 80% of the population in Africa. How do we make agriculture attractive? And that is about thinking about technology and also thinking about the convergence of technology with agricultural opportunities. And that's something that we're working on as well.
Yeah, could you give us some specific examples of some of these projects where you're empowering rural women and youth and maybe a few lessons learned?
Yeah, so in Africa, we are providing catalytic funding to young entrepreneurs who are interested in, drones and apps and creating mechanization to improve the labor issues for women. And in the catalytic funding, we're looking at innovations that have been tested. But also it's driven by what the farmers want. And our hope is that in doing this, and we're in 11 countries in Africa, and we're doing this in 8 countries, we're building partnerships with government to make sure that their technologies then scale up. And we want to build these partners not only with government, but we also want to build these partnerships with philanthropists in the countries, so that will ensure scaling up. And we're calling this the UTE project, and this is part of what we do with youth. With women, we have been working on ensuring that they have livelihoods in agriculture. And one way that we've been doing this, particularly with young women, has been supporting them to become agrovets. Simple animal husbandry to deal with those goats so that they're healthy. And what we find is there is serial entrepreneurial abilities when they get the agency and feel like they are able to then grow their businesses. And ultimately, what do we want to do? Grow their businesses and make sure that it gets to scale.
Thanks for that. Covered my next question there with what you're looking to achieve in terms of impact. I want to ask what key recommendations you would give to some of these stakeholders you've mentioned, public, private, NGO stakeholders who could influence outcomes in rural communities.
Yeah, so our goal is to reach 10 million smallholder farmer families to get a sustainable living income. I will tell you that in the last year, we've looked to see where we are. And where we are with the SDGs is we're 15%, right? In terms of achieving those goals. We're not even close at Heifer International in being able to reach our goal. And here's why, because we are doing it by ourselves. If we only work with direct householders and we don't think about the whole ecosystem, we're missing a lot of people. And so what we plan to do and want to do is build partnerships with government, build partnerships with local organizations. And it's really important to recognize that The problems are happening on the ground, and people closest to those problems have to solve it. And so what we want to do is ensure that we are becoming locally led and creating the enabling environment for women and the youth to thrive. And we're not going to do it alone. So I guess, there's a call to action as a result of this. And I'm thinking about what Rory Stewart said yesterday about, transferring all of this cash and doing it in one country. Do it with organizations like HEFA, like CRS, like other local NGOs who are connected to proximate leaders so that we can actually make the change. And don't do it in one country. Do it in diverse countries so we can test the model out to see if it will work.
Great, thanks for that. Well, you've covered the funding piece, right, and the donors. How can others in the room today support HEFA's efforts? Any final call to action for your peers or others in the sector?
So for those of you who still remember HEFA because of the goats and philanthropy, keep going on. Do that and look at our website. But I do want to say one thing. The next generation, and I think about this in the US, the next generation, which is the youth, what does it mean for them, right, to be philanthropic? Is an organization like HEFA something that they can support and help us, right, recruit them? Because we've been around 80 years. We have not ended hunger and poverty and caring for the earth. This is something we all have to do together. Let's figure out how we can get the next generation, right, to be part of this. And I want to just say from HEFA's standpoint, we are looking at this from an intergenerational standpoint. What we do today will have an impact for the next generation. That's really important. So just continue and know that that's our promise and our commitment to those of you who want to join us in this effort.
Yeah, a great final call to action there. I actually think someone mentioned at our summit yesterday. Why is the youth summit at COP a side event? Why is this a kind of side thought? Why isn't it part of the main COP discussions?
Oh, I have a great idea. Devex next year, we bring youth here and we have the conversation with them about the very thing that we're talking about here. What do you think? Yeah. All right, we're done.
Well, I guess it's time for us to walk the walk. I set myself up for that one. Thank you, Sarita. I'll talk to my boss after this. And thank you again to HEFA for helping to make this event possible. We could not do it without you. Thank you for being here, and to everyone here and online for listening. So
thanks.
I'm just going to turn it over to my colleague Stephanie for our next conversation. Thanks again.
Hello again. So we've heard a lot about what civil society organizations, multilateral agencies, and governments can do with climate. So next, I want to talk to our next speaker about the role of philanthropy when it comes to climate. So I would like to welcome to the stage Andrew Steer, the CEO and president of Bezos Earth Fund.
Good to see you.
So the Bezos Earth Fund was launched in 2020 with an initial pledge from Jeff Bezos, your founder, of $10 billion over 10 years. Now that sounds like a huge number, but I'm going to give a stat that I'm sure you're familiar with, but maybe some people in our audience aren't. Just under 2% of the philanthropy dollars that go out every year go to climate mitigation philanthropy, and that's not even talking about adaptation. So that's, of course, a very, very small slice of the pie. So knowing that, I wonder how you think about, the impact of your giving, how you develop strategies, and how you try to encourage others in the sector to give to climate.
Great. Well, first, thank you, Stephanie, for being here. Thanks to Devex. This is the best, edgiest, most interesting forum here in New York. I'm really grateful. I subscribe to many journalistic outputs and so on. Nothing is more valuable than Devex. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
You're right. You're dead right on this. It sounds like a lot of money, $10 billion. It is to me and probably to you, but it's not in terms of the need. And so what we do is we try to make sure that every, $1,000 we grant to an organization, it has to do two things. First of all, it has to deliver whatever that organization is delivering. And obviously, it would be delivered well, and we would work with them to make sure that's the case. But second, it has to be part of creating a movement, because the world is full of pilot successes, and we can't afford just to do that. And so almost everything we do, we would say, right, if we're trying, as we are right now, to support indigenous people and conservation in the Congo Basin, which is very, very complicated. So you find some of the leading organizations that have deep, deep roots on the ground there, and we would support maybe 10 of them. We'd give them significant grants. They would be responsible for doing whatever it is they're good at. And in addition to that, they'd be part of a team that would work with us and others. So we could engage at the head of state level. We could engage with European bilaterals. We could talk to the African Development Bank president together, so that you start getting that kind of upward spiral. So that's the way we think about how do you make this $10 billion, which sounds a lot, go a long way.
So I want to ask you, because you talked about supporting like indigenous groups, local communities, and I know you were recently at the Africa Climate Summit. You announced nearly 23 million pledge to African restoration. And one question I have, because I know that, things like locally led, localization, trust-based are terms that are thrown out all the time. So when you talk about a locally led organization or group, what are you thinking about?
Well, landscape restoration in Africa is a great example. We believe, and probably you do too, that that restoration of land is one of the great investments. It's exciting. There are very few win-win-win investments out there, at least not as many as we like to think. This is one. You bring molecules of carbon dioxide that are killing people up there, bring them down to Earth through the magic of photosynthesis, and they become trees and bushes and crops and soils, and they bring resilience. They can double agricultural yields. They can, and by the way, they also help solve climate change. A whole bunch of things that are really great about them. But the right way to do it is not to bring in great industrial combines that will plant, a bunch of, not indigenous trees. Rather, it is to benefit from the tens of thousands of well-equipped local, could be NGOs, could be small businesses, could be farmers groups, could be cooperatives in Africa. So what we do is, we've now, I think in the last year, dispersed $50 million for restoration in Africa. And that $50 million has gone to 200 different groups, every single one of them sort of local. And those groups each would work with maybe 1,000 farmers groups. And so you sort of get that effect. And so you've got to be serious about this, because you could say, my goodness me, where's the money going? You'll never be able to monitor this. Well, that's why you need really smart intermediating institutions. If you've got the Greenbelt movement in Kenya and other countries, they're actually very good at it. Go to the 1 Acre Fund, they're very good at it. 2 weeks ago, we were in Kenya going out looking at some of these projects. They're actually very good at working with local groups. And then above and beyond that, now, thanks to technology, we can actually monitor what's going. It's incredible. We put $60 million into something called the Land and Carbon Lab with the World Resource Institute and others. We now can not only see virtually every tree in the world falling every 2 weeks, you get it down to 10 by 10 meters, but you can actually see new trees growing for the first time. And so every single project that we do now has little shape files, as they call it, that you put on this computer system, and it will tell you, wow, is it or is it not successful? And so we've got this sort of tension where you absolutely want to trust the local groups. They're in charge. We're not. It's their money. We've been privileged to be able to provide it to them. But at the same time, they want to be accountable. And so we want to be part of that accountability system.
So I had to ask, because you're talking about, I was actually going to ask you about accountability and measuring impacts, but you talked about that in the use of technology. But I also wonder if there have been some challenges based on what you've seen if there are some lessons learned, maybe some things that did not work out that you think will shape how you do your grant making in the future?
Oh, I think, look, I've been in the business for a while, and the way I started my career was working in agriculture, originally in Nigeria and then in Java, working on landscape restoration there, basically local government led, citizens not involved, and, you know, mea culpa. That money was not well spent. A lot of it failed. And we need to be really honest with each other about that. Well-intentioned, not wicked, but failed. We now know actually what works. We actually know a lot more about the human heart and human psychology and local communities and how they work together and how they can mutually support each other. But that doesn't mean that every project will succeed today. And that's why you want this sort of, you want this light touch, but scientifically rigorous accountability mechanism. You know, there's some people that say, you know, well, these local groups, we should give them the money and trust them because they haven't had much money and they don't have much capacity. And therefore, yes, that's absolutely true. And treat them with respect. Treat them with respect that actually have a grown-up relationship with them and say, actually, what are you trying to do? Can we support you? And actually, we can tell you. And the people that use these computer systems the most are the people themselves. They actually use their cell phones to know what's going on with the others that are around them. So we absolutely are willing to accept failure. I mean, and that's the, you know, people say, when do you need philanthropy? Well, you need philanthropy when you want to move quickly, when you're willing to take risks, when you're not afraid of, you know, some scurrilous newspaper article saying that money was lost, when you're willing to be bold. So that's what we have to do, recognizing that sometimes we will fail. Luckily, the evidence is things are going well.
So I know we don't have a lot of time, so I wanted to get to a question about UNGA and what this week means for you. Now, we talked about, of course, SDGs and all of that. That's what a lot of the attention is on this week. And you talked about Africa Climate Summit, and I know you're going to be talking about COP with our president and editor-in-chief, Raj. But what were your goals and what are your goals for this week? What do you think are some opportunities that you can accomplish, you know, goals you want to achieve? What might be, you know, something that will lend itself to your agenda for COP28? What's happened this week that inspired you?
Well, I guess there's two levels one could answer that. One would be, you know, we've got very specific campaigns on AI for climate and nature, on alternative proteins, on smart, socially responsible carbon markets for the energy transition. And I could go on sort of several more like that. But I think that the sort of the meta answer to your question is, we would like UNGA to be like the Africa Climate Summit 2 weeks ago. The Africa Climate Summit actually reframed the debate. And President Ruto and his other leaders that have now seemed to have come on board, they said, actually, the narrative needs to be modified. Yes, Africa is a victim. Yes, we need massive inflows of money for adaptation and resilience. And Africa is the solution. We have more land than anybody else. We have more sun than anybody else. We have more minerals than anybody else. And above all, we have more brilliant, bright, young, entrepreneurial people than anybody else. Be our partner and we'll be part of the solution. I mean, it was I don't know who was there in the Africa Summit, but if you disagree, say so. But I found it absolutely inspiring because we need a new narrative. And we've just got a stock take, which is massively disappointing. So what is the narrative? It could be, hey, let's give up on 1.5. And if you're giving up on 1.5, I'll give up 1.5. No one will do anything. Or it could be, actually, there's no need to give up on 1.5. There are amazing tipping points. And what the Africa Climate Summit did was sort of inspire us. I came back sort of really enthusiastic. That's what we want here as well. And we absolutely want it as we head towards COP28.
Great. Well, I'm going to leave it there. And I think that primes us up perfectly for our next session. You're going to be up here with Raj Kumar. But thank you so much, Andrew. Yes.
When you get Andrew Steer on your stage, you can't let him go very easily. Okay, we got to keep you here for a bit longer, Andrew. And I want to invite some other panelists to join us on stage. We're going to talk about the upcoming COP. Hakima El Haite, please join us. Lanoy Parmat, please join us. And Mizan Khan, please. Wherever you're comfortable. Okay, we are going to get started because we want to get to some of the practical issues here. What I see is one of the key ones. Do you have a microphone? You do. And that is whether COP28 can actually deliver. You know, is it going to be what, Andrew, you just described would be the pitfall, an opportunity where we all get together and talk, but nothing really comes of it. And I think we have a panel representing many of the types of organizations that have to work together to turn COP28 into a success. And we want to find out what that's going to take. So maybe we'll just continue with you, Andrew, since you were up here already. And I just want to follow along on the theme that Stephanie started. I ran into a Millennium Development, a multilateral development bank president just now on my way over, and asked him the question everyone's asking, right? The question everyone's asking each other at this UNGA, which is, what is it all about? What makes this year different? And he said to me, you know, I feel like it's a more practical UN General Assembly, that it's a little bit less visionary because we realize there isn't some savior coming. There isn't some massive new source of funds. Devex has reported for our pro members a story about how the US blocked the Secretary General's $500 billion a year target. That's out. So he said, instead, we were kind of looking at what we have, the resources we have, which include the multilateral development banks, unlocking and leveraging more private sector funding, and bringing in more philanthropy. So maybe just starting with you, I wonder, do you find this to be a more practical UNGA this year, Andrew? And looking forward to COP, what does it tell you about what we're likely to get done, if anything, at COP?
Oh, I think we'll get a lot done at COP, but I don't think we should just look at the negotiations of COP. You know, every COP, and it's great to see Hakima again. She was, I think, almost the first ever special high-level champion for in the wonderful COP that we had in Marrakesh a few years ago. But every COP has sort of two elements, doesn't it? It has the negotiations, and that tends to be heavy and last minute. And, you know, we certainly know what we want to get out of that, but don't hold your breath. But then there is the action agenda, and there are some remarkable things cooking in that. And I do agree with you very much, Raj, that I think this week has been pretty good in that regard. I think, as you say, multilateral development bank reform. I mean, we've been talking about the Bridgetown agenda for a while. It's now sort of almost become, okay, we absolutely need to do it. And we have a new president of the World Bank, Ajay Banga, and he agrees we've got to do something. We shouldn't expect sort of, you know, fireworks, but we will expect more risk-taking from the World Bank, more leverage from the World Bank, more innovation from the World Bank using guarantees rather than callable capital, for example, like the Asian Development Bank's doing, like IFED is doing, which is a brilliant innovation for education. So we will see innovation like that. But also, I mean, in several other areas, we are going to see some really important commitments on energy, for example. And I could list a whole lot more.
Well, let's ask Hakima as well what you expect. As Andrew mentioned, you were a special envoy at a previous COP. You were the former Minister of Environment of Morocco, your home country, where you're now the president of Liberal International and wear many other hats. What do you expect this COP to deliver?
Thank you first. And first of all, I would like to thank Devex for this invitation. I'm very excited to be seated near Andrew. We have had the opportunity to work a lot together during COP21 and COP22. I was the vice president of the Paris Agreement, and the implementation, I had this great honor, and the implementation of the Paris Agreement is very close to my heart, especially because climate is killing. Climate, like the war, is killing. And this is something we should understand. Now, I want to be optimistic and to tell you that I'm expecting a lot of achievement in COP28. Unfortunately, COP28 is happening in a moment of our history which is very sensitive and particular. First, after a pandemic. Second, after many promises not kept. In the Paris Agreement, all of us, we know what was agreed in 2020. So we missed the opportunity and the rendezvous of 2020. And then we have this war in Ukraine, in the back door of Europe, with the energy insecurity in Europe, with a huge inflation worldwide, with food insecurity in Africa. And the most I will say, consequences is that now we are opening new old coal industry in Germany, in Europe, and the latest stake talk is just alarming and disappointing. What we are saying that since the Paris Agreement, the CO2 emissions, instead of decreasing, are increasing. Now, what we did during the Paris Agreement was a wonderful opportunity because we created for the first time a dual COP with two mainstream. The first is the agenda of action. And we saw that the business, the innovation, the local communities, the private sector. I was the first high-level champion with 75 world coalitions in all the sectors. And I can tell you that the momentum and what the private sector and the business and the non-state actor can achieve is incredible. We have the technology. This is the good news. We know how to solve the problem. Now, we are gathering 195 nations who have different background, different interests, who have different vulnerabilities to climate change, and who are negotiating for the same objective. So you can imagine that the mainstream of negotiation is very difficult. I'm not expecting a lot.
Yeah. Well, that's a good note of realism, but I love your optimism, Andrew. We're going to continue on this theme. We have someone to keep us honest because we have with us one of the lead authors of the IPCC report in Dr. Professor Mizan Khan. You are also the Deputy Director for the International Center for Climate Change and Development. So maybe you can add your own view, given that it's your panel that has come up with this 1.5 number we're also familiar with what you expect out of this COP to help keep us honest and on track.
Yeah, thank you. Based on my long years of negotiating career, starting from 2001, I'm not very optimistic about COP outcomes, as Andrew, you have mentioned, because we can say we have two COPs. One is negotiating political gimmickry, what I will call. As an academic negotiator, I speak my mind. So in one of my books published by Routledge and MIT Press, several books, I called these negotiations as a process of active inaction. But outside of the formal negotiations, there are lots of things happening, action agendas, like Bezos, for example. You have $10 billion and many of the foundations. So we bank on more on that, on those kinds of support. At COP28, the buzz agenda this year, is loss and damage. And the Transcom has been very actively working to develop a framework. But I'm not very optimistic that at COP28 we will have this fund operationalized, because there are lots of debates between the global south and global north. But at least if the framework can be adopted, then in next 2-3 years we can have the fund operationalized. But there will be a difference between earlier operationalization of other funds, which took 8 or 9 years. For example, starting from 2001, in 2010 we had those funds operationalized. But this loss and damage will be a fund will be operationalized in earnest, I believe, because each and every day we are facing these impacts on loss and damages.
I want to come back to loss and damage in a minute and to finance in general, but I also want to bring Lanoy Parmwat into the discussion. You are the executive director of ENAI Africa. You're a social scientist, and you do a lot of work as an activist with indigenous pastoralist communities across Africa. And so I would like to get your perspective on what you expect this COP to deliver.
Thank you very much, and happy to be here. And it's beautiful to listen to all these three people who have a history of COP, where it began until now, and they don't see anything good that will come in 2028. But I want to give the audience hope. We are the new narrative. We want to see the new strategies, the new implementation, increase in funds, especially loss and damage. 3 years ago, we've never experienced such an impact that we've seen in Kenya, and especially among the pastoral communities. Well, the new thing that I would want to see, the loss and damage implementation, the adaptation, yes. Now, what is the framework? What is the strategy? How many government in that negotiation, as my colleagues have spoken, that how many have committed to this in terms of implementation? And then the strategy also, I expect the scientific and traditional knowledge from us as the indigenous community combined in able to bring climate action together, and not forgetting us and replacing the space that we have for land. How is diversity, which is being affected, the loss of lives that is being affected by climate? What should we do together? The cultural heritage from us that we are losing, we don't want to be an extinct community. So the increase in fund in helping us to adapt to the climate crisis that we are facing. And the reality is we are the new narrative, and it's possible to do it through local organizations. So I want to see, and what my expectation is, to bring more locals into the platform so that they can also bring their voice, just like what I have done today in Devex.
Thank you so much. You know, I know you're all familiar with the concept of inflation. We're all experiencing this in the grocery store. I think there's another similar concept, which I call pledge inflation. And I wonder whether we'll see some of that at this COP. And I wonder whether loss and damage is potentially an example. And that's kind of what I want to bring you into. We had a story we published just a couple of weeks ago based on a report from the international NGO CARE, which they studied so-called climate finance, the $100 billion pledge that had been made. And they said, while, yes, there is funding in that category, when they looked at it, it was mostly coming out of the other pocket, the development pocket, to be tagged as climate. And given the political realities, we've had people on the stage, including Rory Stewart, making this case that the politics are against us. Is loss and damage likely to end up there? Maybe I can start with you, Andrew, and I want to hear people's take on whether loss and damage, even if it is operationalized, will it simply be robbing Peter to pay Paul?
Yes, it will. And I think organizations like Devex and other organizations in the room need to hold us all accountable to what we commit. Now, they didn't actually commit sort of dollar amounts last year, but they did, as you say, committed a fund. So what is going to happen? We need to be very transparent on that. And by the way, it's not just loss and damage. I mean, if you look at these JETPs, Just Energy Transition Partnerships, Indonesia, Vietnam, South Africa, others coming along. Go to Vietnam recently, like I did. The international community committed $17 billion. The Vietnamese government committed to stop building coal-powered plants, which they do extremely well, extremely efficiently, extremely cheaply. And they're going to move on to something quite different, which would be more expensive, more difficult. They're relying on the 17 billion. If you actually sit down with the 7 ambassadors from the G7 and you say, so precisely where's that money? It gets very, very fluid and creative. And half of that money is private. And then they say, well, of course, the private money will only come in once the policies are much better. Well, thanks. It always would. I mean, that's not the point. It needs to be de-risked. There's not enough grant money. And that's why, you know, we're working not only with our own funds, but also with, for example, high quality carbon markets, which is like grants. You can bring it in and you can actually then be part of the capital stock. And this morning at the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet Global Leadership Committee, we agreed that we were going to set up a kind of accountability mechanisms where we're actually going to, if you're the G7 or whoever you are, you make a commitment of a dollar number. Okay, it's a year later. Where is it? And I think it's really important, because it's not only that, you know, this would slow, if they don't deliver, it will slow things down. If they don't deliver, the entire thing will unravel, because a government like Vietnam has really gone out on a limb, because they are very, very good at delivering electricity, which is growing need every year. So it's a serious business.
And as Hakim has said, coal is doing well. It's a good business to be in right now, sadly, right? We didn't expect that in 2023, but it is. And unless those partnerships are actually brought to life, that will continue to be the case.
You know, the problem is that the process of negotiation is a very long process. Look, we made 21 years to approve and to adopt the Paris Agreement. I easily imagine that loss and damage mechanism will take time. It will take time because the framework is not defined yet. They need to work on it to define who will pay what, who is eligible, who is not, what kind of project should. It will take time. So I'm not expecting COP28 to deliver on the mechanism. But what I'm expecting COP28 to deliver is the decision to phase out coal, is the decision to phase down oil, and not in the South, because what the North is asking now, they are asking the South to phase down oil. They don't want to invest anymore in gas and oil in the South, but they decide that the gas is green in the North and black in the South. So what I'm expecting COP28 to regain the trust, because we lost trust. The global South, we built something in the Paris Agreement. We said all together in the same ship. Climate change has no border, no nationality, no religions. It's killing everybody. And it was confirmed by the latest report of the IPCC. But now what we are witnessing, we are living this second time, this division between the global North and the global South. Why? Because the promises were not respected, because there is a double standard, double measure. Gas is a green gas transition in Europe, and we will not invest in Africa. I was discussing yesterday with the Minister of Industry of Madagascar, and he told me, I cannot build industries with renewable energy. This is intermittent energy. And nobody wants to invest in gas in my country. How can I develop the country? So this is such kind of things we are waiting in COP28. And the last point is fossil fuel subsidies. How can we ask the private sector to invest on renewable while all the countries are subsidizing fossil fuel? We were negotiating for 21 years for $100 billion per year to support the most vulnerable, etc., etc. And we are subsidizing fossil fuel $400 billion a year. So please, let's be serious and ask for the things, because this loss and damage is a way to diverse the real problem. The real problem is CO2 emissions, is the commitment of the global North to the global South. This is the problem.
And I think the optics, especially if we're in Dubai with oil at $100 a barrel in a major oil producing country, having the same conversation, it will raise this very question about trust. And Lenoy, maybe I can just bring you in on this question. Do you agree? Do you see this divide between North and South? Do you see maybe the key component of this COP28 being to restore a sense of trust?
Yeah, partly I agree. Yes, let's restore this trust. But how do we restore this trust? The strategy for us to be able to restore this trust. Secondly, the big thing that was mentioned here, if I read between, is that trust because of accountability. We didn't hold the people who committed this into accountability. So I think it's an opportunity to restore that trust in COP28 is to bring them in the table and say, those agreements we did, those things we mentioned, how do we narrow down by holding them accountable? Then I think when we are transparent, then people will have ownership on those little action that we are seeing the widening of the gap being narrowed.
Yeah, transparency and accountability go hand in hand to your point about investing and being able to see what did these pledges actually come to. Ms. Un?
Yes. Yes. In fact, I'm not very optimistic about funding, because for the last 22 years, I had been negotiating with climate finance, and there is also apprehension of cannibalizing funding between adaptation and loss and damage, kind of. $100 billion mentioned back in 2009. And how much is left of if we adjust with inflation, for example? Still, that amount has not been achieved. So I'm not very optimistic about funding at the negotiating level. I'm optimistic about this corporate social responsibility, like your funding, for example. And there, I think 2 or 3 areas where funding should flow. You mentioned about World Bank, but I have a request to the World Bank. Don't think of big billions of dollars of investments. World Bank, you need to be reformed, as the last COP decision has inserted that clause, that multilateral financial institutions need to be reformed for right reasons, because 17 or 80 years back, those were created. So come up with a small funds and give it to the women, to the hands of women who needs capacity building, to the youth leaders who need capacity building, and they can create miracles. In Bangladesh, for example, necessity is the mother of invention. So yesterday, our Prime Minister has mentioned that to share, for example, expertise in adaptation. Bangladesh is a case, a leader in disaster management, and we are coming up with our leadership in adaptation because scarcity of resources is pushing us to survive. And we are, resorting to innovative solutions. 170 million people living in a land 65 times smaller than America. So this is kind of something miracle. So my last point is that capacity building is the key. Capacity building of women, of youth generation, and across the region. Because I believe in the simple saying that if you know the risk, then there is no risk. And this knowing expands from mere awareness, sensitization, up to having PhDs and expertise. So this knowledge is the key and action. Thank you.
Really interesting argument. And I would mention it is true. Bangladesh has had maybe extraordinary amounts of representation on this Devex stage this year, and probably for good reason. There's quite a success story there when we're looking for success stories. Andrew, just going back to you about the 2 COPs, right? So there's what's going on, the kind of world that you're very engaged in, which is negotiating deals among philanthropies, corporates, bringing in government to actually move things forward, to take real action. And then there's the official policy changes and maybe large funds. At some point, those 2 things meet, right? There is a place where they connect. Maybe they connect around things like a loss and damage fund and how it would get operationalized, or maybe around the idea of setting up, I think they call it the new collective quantified goal, but it's not going to be 100 billion, maybe it's trillions. And that's not expected to be set up for a few more years, right? But certainly will be part of the conversation, I would think, at this COP. Where do you see those 2 worlds connect in COP28?
Well, there are PhD dissertations to be written on sort of the diverging and then converging. Back to Copenhagen. After that, we went to Cancun, and the private sector was like several miles away from it. Wouldn't go near it. It's like these guys, the negotiators, they failed us. And then little by little, they came back. Hakima and played a big role. Paris, they absolutely came back, and it was sort of like integrated. Then they went apart. I think Glasgow was good, and so on. I think at the moment, for the reasons we know, it's a little further apart because we live in a world that is not cooperative. And this is all about, it's all about sort of global collective action. And there are 2 ways you can do it. There is multilateral, or you could say universal. And then there is what you could say plurilateral. And plurilateral has more sense of succeeding. And plurilateral simply means, hey, if we want to reform the forest management, it'd be nice to get 190 countries. But actually, If we get the 25 that are the most relevant, that actually would be a pretty good idea. That's plurilateralism. And here's the other thing. It's actually not just governments that do it. It's governments and it's corporations and it's NGOs and it's citizens groups and so on. That's the exciting new governance. And so we shouldn't sort of belittle that. We shouldn't say, oh, the serious thing is the negotiators. And no, this is the 21st century. And we're going to see some amazing things. And now, by the way, don't get me wrong, you positioned me as the great optimist. No, it's not going to be that great. But actually, at COP28, there's going to be a really exciting thing on battery storage at the utility level. Why does that matter? Well, because last year, 80% of all of the new electricity generating capacity was renewable. You can't go to 100%, and you certainly can't close the existing coal plants unless you have battery storage. That's just one out of 20 exciting initiatives that will be announced, which will be private, public, government, very important, scientists, citizens groups, advocates. That's what to look for.
We've run out of time, I'm afraid, but I want, Lenoy, you to just help close out our conversation by connecting us back to some of the ground reality that you see. Pastoralist communities are some of the most affected. It's affecting literally their day-to-day life and where they go, where they live. Maybe just take us a little bit into what you want to bring to COP28 from their perspective.
Yeah. Thank you very much. When we talk about climate change, most of the things, people think of agriculture in a broader aspects. Think of crops, plants, and many other things. And my hope is that in COP28, pastoralism should also be brought on board. That what is the other way? I like the lady who spoke here from Harvard, spoke about the goats. So that is apart from just losing the animal itself, it's about a whole food chain. For us, it's food security. It's our cultural heritage. It's our everything that encompasses my livelihood. And so it will be very good that the local voices, the pastoralists also, voices should be brought up. And even if there be funding or anything, is to help them restore back what is lost.
Well, thank you very much. And I think if COP28 has any chance of delivering, a lot of it is in the hands of these four fantastic panelists. So please join me in thanking them for being here today.
Great. And we will be on the ground at COP28, and we will be hosting a summit on December 7th. So save the date, and we will heed industry's call to hold the industry to account at that event and the lead up to it. If you have any ideas about what you want to see us cover, please let us know. But I'd like to introduce to the stage my colleague, Margaret Richardson.
How about another round of applause for that amazing panel? Thank you so much. I'm thrilled to invite two incredible experts on restoring Africa's land for sustainable development and climate resilience. Seke Mudoni, who is the Catholic Relief Services representative from Malawi, and Yemi Akinbamijo, the former executive director for the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa. So when we talk about climate resilience, I think often we think about what is the new technology? What's the new innovation that we need? And there's a food crisis. How do we get more food? How do we get more food on the table of people? But what we don't talk enough about is an issue of land. And in researching this, I sort of felt like we needed a magic trick. How do we get more land? You know, we have the land that we need. Do we need magic? How do we restore land from land degradation? So Yemi, I'm wondering if we could start with you. What is land degradation? Why should we be paying attention to it, especially on the African continent? And how does it work?
Thank you very much. What is land degradation? Simply put, you get to a state of degradation when the land is non-responsive to the conventional practice. Now, Africa is a continent that is driven by subsistence agriculture. And what that means, and I really agree with my sister who was very nicely clad in African attire, her closing statement tells me, and that's the reality on ground, that Africa's agriculture is dependent on the quality of its soil. Now, that stated, I put it this way, that the soil in Africa is the soul of Africa's livelihood. Everything depends on the soil. And when the soil ceases to be responsive, you've gotten into a very serious problem of degradation. And that's where we are at the moment. It's completely, it's a very difficult scenario to manage. And that's why productivity is low due to two factors: the labor productivity and the soil productivity. Both have decreased consistently in the last 50 years. And that's a double whammy for Africa. And it's not far-fetched that we are having all the bad figures when it comes to system productivity.
And Sekai, this is an area where Catholic Relief Services does quite a bit of work. I'm wondering if you could tell us, how do you do it? How do you restore land from land degradation, and what are the challenges?
Thank you very much for that question. And I just want to thank Devex for giving us this platform to talk about a very, very important topic today. I could actually see from the previous speakers, emotions rising. Sometimes you think there's no hope. Sometimes you think there is hope. But I'm here to say that all hope is not lost. There is definitely something that can be done around land restoration. And I am glad that we are talking about a strategy of mitigating the impacts of climate change using land restoration technology. I want to talk about the watershed approach as part of land restoration. Most of the times we talk about land restoration and forget to talk about everything holistic about land restoration. And I'm glad my colleague here, Yemi, has spoken about soils, the importance of having very fertile soils, soils that have very good water retention properties. That's the starting point. That's the starting point. And when we talk about land restoration, let's talk about soils first. Let's talk about what is below the ground, and then we can talk about what is above the ground. So it's a holistic approach that we have to look at. If we continue to do things piecemeal, we are not getting anywhere. We can talk about planting 31 million trees, but as long as the water retention properties of the soil are not right, as long as the soil fertility is not right, we are not going anywhere. So there is need for us to do a holistic approach. So now, what I want to talk about is why we are so optimistic as CRS that land can be restored. Between 2019 and 2022, we had the privilege of implementing a USAID-funded development food security activity, a DFSA, that was called WALA, Wellness and Agriculture in Advancing Life, in Life Advancement, WALA. So during that project, it had many components to it. But as CRS, we added a watershed study to the project to understand how communities' livelihoods were going to change after implementing those watershed interventions. I'm coming from Malawi. I represent CRS in Malawi. For those who know Malawi, watersheds are home to many households in Malawi. We have the Lake Malawi that goes along, the length of Malawi. There are communities there. We have the mighty Shire River. We have communities that live there. So it's very, very important for Malawi to work on watersheds restoration. So we decided to do that study. And what did we find? After implementing that project, we did an assessment of how those communities were doing. We did not do that alone as CRS, but there are other organizations, USAID included, that also went back to do an assessment of how those communities were doing. So here are the results in a summary. First, from the USAID study, 17 out of 24 communities along the watersheds had increased the food security to such an extent that they did not need food aid in a worst drought in 35 years. And they were surrounded by 2 million who needed food aid for 9 months. So this is incredible. So those that worked on their watersheds, they did not require food aid. And we also discovered from our own study that maize yields had increased by 60%. That's a huge amount. And those people were food secure because they had enough maize. Then the third study, they discovered that the water retention properties in the soil had increased to such an extent that they were also water secure. So, there is a lot that can happen when the watersheds are rehabilitated. So incomes also increased out of that study. And that community, people bought a lot of motorbikes as a means of transport. And for those who know Malawi, if you own a motorbike as a means of transport, you are wealthy in a rural setting. So we were very pleased with those results. So what am I saying? I'm saying that we need to adopt a holistic approach. When we talk about land restoration, we have to work below the ground. We have to work also upwards, planting trees, planting crops, making sure that they adapt. But we have to start with making sure that the soils are very healthy. So, watershed restoration has the potential of increasing people's livelihoods. That's why we are promoting it today. And even fertilizer use improves if the soil is worked on. Thank you.
And when you do restore the land, you restore the watersheds, how do you prevent it from happening again? Doesn't it just happen again, the degradation? How do you make sure that it's sustainable?
Okay, so what we are doing as CRS, we are also working with these communities as well as the government in making sure that there are proper governance structures within these communities to protect the gains that they will have gotten from the watershed restoration practices. And those communities that I'm talking about, where we implemented this project, even if you go there now, they guard jealously the gains that they've acquired. From 2019 up to now, the watersheds are still flourishing. So, if somebody knows that I'm getting my life out of this, they guard it jealously and they make sure that they continue to protect those gains.
Speaking of governance, Yemi, the Forum for Agricultural Research takes a continental approach. Why is it so important to think about this with regards to the entire continent of Africa?
Right. Indeed, the Forum for Agricultural Research in Africa is the continental body, the apex continental body coordinating agricultural research and a technical arm of the African Union. This organization, we recognize the fact that leadership, ownership, and coordination to have the coherence when you have a continent-wide initiative is sacrosanct. You can't move without good leadership and ownership. And in this respect, the African Union, in collaboration with a series of partners, especially with the CRS and many other stakeholders, they have put up what is now called the Soil Initiative for Africa. And we'll be very delighted. We'll be speaking about this tomorrow morning at the church house, I believe, speaking about the initiative that is co-led by CRS on Soil Initiative for Africa and how we can reverse the very grim scenario of Africa's degraded lands. But with what Sekai has just been explaining, this is the case of Malawi. Now, we understand the fact that the whole, the whole is always greater than the sum of the parts. That said, you need to galvanize all stakeholders, all member states, to have a common frame in which we can all dovetail and make a significant big bang. And that's why leadership and the kind of thing we'll be discussing tomorrow in the context of the Soil Initiative for Africa and the forthcoming Fertilizer and Soil Health Summit that will happen in November will give us that latitude to make a last ditch in restoring Africa's degraded lands.
One of the reasons we brought this issue to the Devex stage is because we really don't believe that it's getting enough attention. And I'm so grateful that you're both here. We're out of time, but really quickly, I would love to hear from you. What do you wish the broader development community knew about land restoration? What's your final message to our audience?
Two things. We've got to be very serious and intentional about reversing degraded soils. Livelihoods depend on it. And I say, if you tweet, please tweet, bring back our soils. That's one. The second thing, if you tweet, please tweet, let's heal our lands. Thank you.
Sekai?
Thank you very much. My call to action today is let's work below and above the soil, both at landscape level and also at farm level. Let's do all these things together for optimum production. Thank you.
You have your marching orders, above and below, and bring back our soil. Thank you so much for being here with us today, and thank you to Catholic Relief Services for partnering with us. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to invite to the stage Adva Saldinger, a senior reporter here at Devex.
Thanks, Meg. I'm welcoming to the stage with me Karsten Stauer, who's the chair of the OECD Development Assistance Committee, otherwise known as the DAC to most of us. Karsten, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
ODA is a very precious commodity these days and throughout time. It's something that it's constrained resource. We're not seeing a lot more of it. And I'm going to start with a really big question, which really is, how do you view the future of ODA, of ODA? Does the definition of ODA need to change with the times? How can the way these funds are used evolve moving forward?
It is a big question, but I do think that ODA is also quite an ingrained concept and politically really well protected and preserved. We have seen ups and downs, and we will continue to see ups and downs in the level of contributions from different member states of the OECD DAC. We have 32 countries in the DAC, and some are very well ingrained in ODA thinking and in having development programs for a number of years. Others are newcomers, and we hope that they will also adapt and take on more obligations to the poorest countries of this world. But I do think that ODA is a fairly strong concept. What we need to be sure is basically that we use spare resources as best we can. And you're quite right. This is we are facing right now an incredible pressure on ODA resources. We see it from basically the whole issue of the trifecta that affects us right now, the consequences of the increased effects of climate change, the issue of the post-COVID-19 economic developments, Russian aggression against Ukraine, all the follow-up consequences and knock-on effects of that. And that's clear that we need much more ODA, both in terms of development assistance, but also surely in terms of humanitarian assistance. So we need to get more money. That's my main job. Whether I'll succeed or not, I don't know. It's in the hands not only of myself, but also of political leaders of 32 countries and your constituency here that has to push on to make their governments, their parliaments produce more ODA. But that would be one of them. One is the numbers that we have to deal with. Last year, 22, we had the record number, $204 billion in ODA. We need to maintain that at least, hopefully also increase it. And then we have the whole issue of the allocation of it. What we see right now is a lot of pressure from middle-income countries to get a larger share of ODA due to developments in global economics, interest rates, capital markets, and so on. But the pressure on ODA from middle-income countries is increasing. And at the same time, of course, the needs are great, not least in the least developed countries. So we are facing a difficult situation, and I think there's a need to work both on quantity and on quality of this, and to make sure that we can make ODA work harder.
Yeah, I want to ask you, because I think there's been a lot of questions and controversies over what counts as ODA, right? When does climate finance count? Should it count? How does spend in domestic refugee response, if that's counted towards ODA, should it be or shouldn't it be? And then this issue of private sector investments and how should that be? I mean, that's a debate that's been going on forever that the DAC can't seem to quite agree on. So where do things stand in these debates?
You're right. There is a continuous debate, and there's a continuous evolvement of the definition and the criteria. 32 countries constantly negotiate these things, and we try to be sure that we can adapt to changing circumstances. You're right that the issue of in-donor refugee cost, it was never foreseen to be as large a share of ODA as it turned out to be in 15 and 16 and again in 22 with the influx of Ukrainian refugees in Europe. We took a decision in the DAC before my term as chair in 2017 to revise the criteria based on the experiences of 15 and 16 and the European refugee and migration crisis. And we have these rules now, they are tightening up. So it means that one country can report, they can only report the cost for the first 12 months of an asylum seeker coming, and they have to exclude part of the cost that's not related to basic sustenance. But it is a thing that we might need to look at if this situation continues. I agree with that. On the other side, on the private sector instruments, you're right. We have been negotiated how to count that since well, either 2014 or 2016, depending on how you count. But I'm hopeful that we will come to a conclusion. But
what will that conclusion look like?
That we are negotiating right now on this, and there's a little bit of a stretch to go. But my main point here is that if we are to find the finance for sustainable development, we need to make possible to, as I said, make ODA work harder, which also means that we need to, through ODA, to mobilize other sources of funds. We need to put more money into domestic resource mobilization. We need to put more ODA into aid for trade. We need to put more ODA into how we improve the effects of remittances. There are a number of things where we need to put ODA into generating more resources from other sources that are not forthcoming right now. And private sector is one of them. Instruments that we will have is basically guarantee schemes, equity, all the things that we have been reporting on a temporary basis for the past 7 years. We're now working on to find more lasting rules for that. But it is important, if we want the private sector to invest, that in some cases, that will have to be, either you have to buy off risk or you have to somehow facilitate the investment by use of ODA. The difficult thing, of course, is to make sure that it's not basically that we only do this if it's necessary, and that we don't distort the market mechanism on that basis. But I'm fully behind that it is necessary to use ODA in order to create more private flows and more private resources for development.
So I wanted to ask you, because one of the things we've seen is other sort of definitions emerge, and actually Jorge Moreira da Silva, who's the former head of the OECD Development Directorate, spoke on a panel yesterday, and one of the things he said is that, like, yes, ODA is important, but we also may need to look at other measurements and other metrics, including total official support for sustainable development, which is a mouthful, TOSDI. And I'm curious your take on that. Do you think we need to have sort of a variety of different ways that we're measuring or counting these flows?
We will always have a lot of different ways of counting flows. And I have much respect of TUSD. I had a meeting earlier today with Secretary General of UNCTAD, who's basically also involved in the TUSD, because the important thing of TUSD is have to broaden the ownership beyond the circle of OECD members to include the other providers of development assistance and the UN system in that. So I have great respect for TUSD. The only thing that TUSD do not have, which ODA have, is a target. One of the qualities of ODA is there is a 0.7% target agreed by the General Assembly of the United Nations more than 50 years ago. We have never reached it.
Is there a benefit of a target that has never been reached and doesn't seem likely to be reached anytime soon?
We're at half point now. But the point is, politically, when NGOs, civil society organizations put pressure on governments in donor countries, they often basically point to this target. It is agreed that rich countries should provide 0.7% of their GNI as ODA. And it has a great mobilization effect, and it has a great political effect. And that's the reason that ODA will remain a very valid measurement, but not for all, but for those that identify as donors in the OECD sense, which is not all providers. And one thing that we need to do, of course, is also work very closely with other providers of assistance, all the non-DAC, non-OECD members, all the emerging economies that are increasingly developing assistance schemes on their own. And we have a great wish to work with them. We had a meeting in February this year of trying to convene all the providers of assistance beyond the OECD. And that's the thing that we try to do. We also try to expand the notion of triangular cooperation, for instance, to work with developing countries, to work with other developing countries, but funded by donors. So there are a number of possibilities to expand the outreach, the collaboration between OECD DAC donors and other parts of the world.
So when we're done, we're going to be having a panel talking about how the global financial architecture needs to change. But I wanted to take this opportunity to talk to you a little bit about that, because we are in a moment where there's a big conversation about that. And part of that is, African nations really pushing for tax rules to be determined at the UN in a setting where they have a say and an input into these rules that have for years been set by a much smaller group of countries where they haven't had a seat at the table. And I'm curious your thoughts on the impact on OECD, or how OECD might need to evolve itself as we're looking at changing the global financial architecture.
Basically, I think OECD, and I'm venturing way beyond the DAC portfolio and my hat as DAC chair, but the OECD is changing. We are now in discussion about enlarging the OECD with Brazil, for instance. So it will change, and it will develop to a more globally more global organization, and it's still a forum for fairly advanced economies, and a lot of the technical work that takes place in the OECD is to the benefit of let's say more complicated government systems. But definitely OECD will evolve. On taxation, it's very clear that the OECD has for a number of years undertaken to lead global negotiations on taxation. In these negotiations, you had more than 140 countries participating. So it is not an OECD taxation regime that is, put on top of the rest of the world. The mandate from this comes from the G20, and the G20 leaders have basically asked the OECD to do this. It doesn't mean that you cannot talk about tax at the UN also, but there is a clear mandate, and there's a clear negotiating process in the OECD to deal with taxation issue, and there's the technical expertise to do that, which I think is a good thing. But I think on taxation, I think the real issue here is how we can build taxation system in countries, in developing countries, that will allow them to basically harvest the taxes that they need in a way that do not make it impossible to achieve economic growth and development. So it has to be smart taxes. And there's a lot of knowledge in the rich part of the world, including in my own country, about how you actually can develop smart taxes that do not negatively affect economic growth. And then to do that in a way that can actually create a strong enough resource base to make a public sector that actually works and deliver the services that you would expect from a public sector. I think that's a key element, and that's where ODA can actually help, because we could invest, and we will invest. We should invest much more ODA than we do right now in developing taxation systems and domestic resource mobilization in developing countries. I think that's one of the keys to transformation, to reform, and to growth.
Great. Well, we are out of time, but I think that's a perfect note to wrap up our conversation. So, Karsten, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was a real pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I will just put that there. Now I will welcome our next panel to the stage. Cheer. So our next panel, where we're going to be indeed talking about whether we need a new global financial architecture. This panel, the answer will probably be a resounding yes. So I think we're going to talk about what that should look like specifically. And so joining me is Dr. James Wange. He's the CEO of Equity Group. We have Sarah, also Dr. Sarah Pantuliano, right? If you want the, who's the chief executive of ODI. Still counts. Hannah Ryder, who's the CEO of Development Reimagined, and Dedo Baran Shamaj. Yes, okay, practicing that one. The director of strategy for the Siegel Family Foundation. So thank you all for being here. I am hoping that you guys are all going to bring the energy, because I know people are probably flagging a little bit, but this is in our briefing call, like this is a pretty powerhouse group, and I think they're going to share with you some pretty great opinions. So where I wanted to start is really looking at this question of what is broken in our current global financial architecture. I think to start to talk about what solutions we need, we first need to identify the problems. So I'm going to actually throw that to the group of you, and I don't know who wants to sort of start. Dedo, do you want to kick us off? But let's start by identifying the problems, the challenges that we're facing, and why the system needs to be changed.
Happy to get started, but I wanted us to say thank you to Devex for hosting this conversation in the busiest week in New York, which shows the magnitude of the Bretton Woods agreement, where this conversation is really shattering this idea of financial institutions that are global. I don't know necessarily if I can name what is broken, but I will share a few stories. This week, when I was trying to figure out how to answer to this question, I asked some of our partners who are in New York with us. You know, by the way, Siegel Family Foundation provides funding to local organizations across Sub-Saharan Africa. Some of them have worked for these institutions. So when I was trying to wrap my head around this topic, here are the few things that I heard. One was that, yes, we need a new global financing architecture since 20 years ago, if not since the beginning. And others say that, yes, we could start talking about a new global financing architecture, but if we're not talking about new values that are going to lead the world to solve the problems around inclusivity, solve the problems of and the needs of the developing countries, we might be doing simple tweaks to a bigger problem. So I think what is broken in a nutshell is, one, how do we shift the attention around the polarization that we have currently between the West and the rest of the world, which these global institutions have played a key role. It would be too arrogant for me to talk about what is broken, but I think at the core of it is starting to figure out how do we bring the voices of the people that our current social and global financing scheme have left up out, and including parts of Africa.
I think what we have to remember as well is, number one, that, and put very simply, this is a global financial system that was created at a time when the predominant economic model, global economic model, was one of colonialism. So when the Bretton Woods institutions were formed, Obviously, many African countries were still not independent. 3 of the 44 founding members were African, that's Ethiopia, Egypt, and apartheid South Africa. And so it's no real surprise that that financial system that was built on a extractive, exploitative economic model has not really created significant change. If you look at the current wealth distribution between, let's say, the African continent and the rest of the world, not much has changed over time. If anything, it's kind of declined. So with that, I think it gives a clearest story as to why things need to change. 80 years later, which will be next year, this is something we need to change and make it based on a model which is based on growth for everybody, as opposed to colonization and exploitation.
So since we're going in order, carry on. I think Hannan did are putting a really important point on the table, because a lot of the discussion at the moment is around some of the technical fixes. And so there is a lot of focus on, some of the processes that we've had around the capital adequacy framework, around the cost of borrowing, around,
For people who maybe don't know all the proposals that are sort of out there, do you want to give us a little breakdown of what does the capital adequacy framework?
It's all about leveraging the resources that, the IFIs already have. It's about, not doing more with the money that they have, basically pricing the risk differently, making sure that they can use, the resources without going back to shareholders for more money. That means that, there's a lot of emphasis on the AAA rating, which is really important for the banks, because they feel that is gives them the credibility, to do their transactions. But actually, it's not really needed in some ways. That's not what those institutions were created for. They're not commercial banks. They don't really need to be judged like a commercial bank. They're supposed to be there to support, development in enterprises. And so, if you actually, just went for a AA or, sort of for a slightly lower rating, you would leverage a lot more resources.
They would argue that the cost of borrowing would then go up for them, and that would have to be passed on.
Well, I think there's been a lot. Anyways, there's
argument.
been a lot of this, sort of analysis done that demonstrates that that's not the case. But to go back to the point, we focusing a lot on some technical fixes, tinkering around the edges of the problem, rather than looking at what is fundamentally broken and how you rebuild in a way that really goes to Dedos and Hannah's point. That means that the countries that are borrowing at the moment, who are so dissatisfied by how the IFIs are sort of engaging with them, really have a voice, which is what the G20 is really trying to do, to bring to the table. But they are limited because there isn't a space for a deeper, more fundamental reform.
James, you bring a bit of a different perspective because you run quite a large regional bank in Africa. And so I'm curious, and you do work with some of the IFIs. And so I'm curious your take on, what's not working in the system. How could these institutions better empower local banks, local financial systems? Because ultimately what we're talking about here is reforming a broader system to empower local actors, to build better local markets that's going to lift people out of poverty and help address climate change and all these things. So I'm curious your perspective.
Thank you very much. It's a really privilege to be here. I think a lot of arguments have been advanced as to why the global financial system is broken. The first one is that the environment is very dynamic. And unfortunately, the financial system have not been responsive to the dynamic. The real need for the world at the moment is climate financing, but there is no flows to that class of assets or that space. So the system has remained supply-driven as opposed to demand-driven. So the two are not connecting. The demand and the supply are not speaking to each other, or they are speaking cross purposes. The second aspect is the issue of emerging markets, developing countries. And I think the hue and cry is about equity. Today, President Ruto on stage said Kenya pays between 5 and 8 times what other countries are paying. And the question is this an equitable system? And his basis of argument is the risk framework seems to be broken. How risk is evaluated, how risk is priced seems to be handicapping countries. And lastly, is that the system is not inclusive. The majority of the countries are not able to get finance, and if they get, not what they are looking for, and not for the period they are looking for, and not for their development priorities. So when you look at all those, then the conclusion is this is a broken system that needs to be revisited and transformed to be relevant to the needs of today's world.
So, Sarah, you said that a lot of the current proposals on the table are sort of tinkering around the edges, right? It's been very focused on sort of the World Bank and other MDBs. So how do you maximize your balance sheets? All of these things, which are, you know, technical financial things, which, okay, they might unlock some more billions of dollars, but not the type of scale, and not, to Hannah and Detto's point, not really changing the power dynamic of how these flows are driven and who is driving that. So if we start to think then about what are the solutions, what would a better system look like? I'm curious about your thoughts on that. And the politics here are hard, right? Because right now shareholders have the power, and it is in fact their money, and so they believe they should have a power in determining how it's spent. And so getting them to agree to a change may be hard, but maybe not. Sarah thinks there's room.
Before we get to what the system should be like, I hear a lot about the shareholders, but I'm not sure that's entirely true. There's a lot of blaming of the shareholders. I see a lot of resistance within the institutions. You know, I have said famously in a talk to the Staff Association of the World Bank a couple of years ago that the problem for me was more the permafrost, as I call it, of these institutions. Basically, executives have been there for a very long time. And even if you have an inspired leadership or, you know, inspired sort of more younger staff, don't want to change things, and where the incentives are all about doing bigger deals with, you know, lower risk, because that's what careers are judged on. And so to me, that is much more fundamental to address than, you know, I mean, of course, the shareholders is important, but there is a lot of that inertia and reluctance internally. I mean, take DFC as an example. You know, DFC is an interesting, really innovative opportunity because they don't borrow from the capital market. They could use, you know, in a way, their capital in a much more if you want, risk-taking way, but they're not, because the majority of the people that work for DFC come from the experience of OPIC. That, you know, they're people that were used to try and maximize the return on investment, and so that is what drives the behavior. So I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know what you think, but I think the shareholders.
I think you bring up a really good point, because I think in so many of these cases, particularly where you're talking about DFIs and IFIs who are investing sort of private capital, is the compensation structures, right? And we're not seeing a willingness. I have put this question to a lot of the leaders. I've asked Mokhtar Diop, but I have seen this pretty recently. But most of them are not willing to sort of talk about how do you make impact targeting low-income markets part of a compensation structure, not just making it about the number of deals and the number of dollars out the door. I do think that the Inter-American Development Bank is looking at ways to actually incorporate impact in their compensation structure, but we'll see.
Yeah, but and it also goes beyond that. I think, you know, one thing I've talked about, for example, is increasing diversity within organizations, not only, you know, diversity of people, but even thinking. You know, the economic models that are used, whether it's discount rates, whether it's debt sustainability analysis, etc., all sit into a very traditional box. And again, these have been there for a very, very long time. When they are changed, they're changed with very small tweaks. And therefore, they preserve the same things, the outcomes around risk. Africa risk, you can't divorce that from the debt sustainability framework that is provided from the IMF. and the World Bank. These are fundamental aspects of how the IFIs do their business that do need to be changed. And I think there are several proposals for changing those, but fundamentally it's really about, as you were saying it, making the system more borrower oriented as opposed to creditor oriented. And that is, it's going to take so many different changes. One change that we have talked about, and one proposal that we have as a firm, is a borrowers club. And you can think of that as a spectrum. The spectrum on the kind of very simple side is having borrowers work together to exchange information, for example, about, what did they get best from this creditor, what kind of deals did they get, etc., and how can they all improve. On the other end, you could have an actual new financial instrument which would be based in the same kind of idea that remember Grameen? I mean, we're all development experts, right? So we know the Grameen Bank, microfinance, really brought finance to the unbanked, right? Villages in the unbanked. You could have a very similar system where you pool finance at the sovereign level and therefore give out finance. A very different way of operating an international financial institution, but certainly could be done. And again, it's these sorts of ideas, I think, that need to be coming to the fore, being discussed by the IFIs, piloting, et cetera, et cetera.
Ditto, I'm curious your perspective sort of on this power shift and also on how this sort of geopolitics of this moment is impacting this conversation, because it makes it only more complicated.
I'm glad you asked, because what I'm realizing and then have been hearing for the last 4 days in New York is how all these conversations are structured around the World Bank, IMF, and the same traditional institutions. But where I'm from and where I work most of the time across Africa, the conversation has changed. These institutions are not seen as having the best interests of people. They have seen them for a very long time being instruments of the Western hegemony, led with interventionism and led with giving moral lessons that they do not follow themselves. But where conversation have moved is particularly around, if we take an example of what is happening in West Africa, you're starting to see a dissatisfaction around how the global politics have been shaped and the power dynamics around countries like Burkina Faso, Mali, and others, and their relationship with France, when they're saying, why do we have to continue to listen to a country that has continued to undermine our rights and countries that have continued to not have our best interests at heart when we're talking about exchange of their minerals? Andrew Steer talked about this very well. These are countries that have extremely wealthy minerals and that are not getting the fair share of their the price of their minerals. And when they're saying, how do you justify that that our continent is still poor when we are the richest in terms of resource? How do you justify that we continue to trade in a currency that is backed by gold by countries that don't have gold? You know what I mean? In terms of power dynamics, we have to start putting at the center some of these realities that we have forgotten and challenge a little bit some of the old narratives that have shaped the current global financing infrastructure that we have, to start putting at the center new values around mutuality and shared humanity and respect and fair exchange. And I think if we're talking about these new global institutions, this is going to be at the center of it. How do we challenge power dynamics? How do we build new values that are about shared humanity? And how do we start having much more nuanced conversation around ethical global leadership?
James, I want to come to you. I see you here smiling, so I think you maybe are agreeing with some of what you're hearing. But you're also not someone who is happy to sit and wait around for this system to change. I know you've come up with some sort of bold visions for what you want to do with equity and what you think banks and financial institutions and others on the continent can be doing to make some of these changes. And I was hoping you could talk to us a little bit about that, because the change and the ideas do really have to come from the ground up. And if the system is going to be effectively changed, I think we have to look at things and listen to perspectives like yours.
what I'm hearing from my colleagues is the affirmation of the phrase, whoever pays the piper calls the tune. So essentially, these institutions were created, they are political creatures. They are an outcome of the end of the Second World War. It was a new order by those who had won the war, those who wanted to get back the costs of the war, and consequently, that has run for the last 75 years. And the question people are sitting back and say, what is the relevance of this structure as it stands today? And I think, to be honest, the global financial system has been late in reforming, transforming itself, making it relevant, and understanding the times. Financial institutions' biggest responsibility is to facilitate trade. But you can see the turmoil in global trade and how, for instance, the divide allowed the world between the BRICS, and that is a real indicator of the pain, of the strain, of the discomfort. Now, for us in Africa, I agree with the African leaders. And recently, we asked the global financial institutions, you have been investing in Africa for the last 60 years. Share with us the development plan that you have been implementing over the last 60 years. Unfortunately, there is no plan. It has been ad hoc investment. Failure to plan is planning to fail. And no wonder the investment has not made any meaningful contribution to Africa. So we were bold and said, as Africans, why don't we develop the African Development Plan? And then consult these institutions, sit with them and say, if you don't agree with us, give us an alternative. And I'm glad that eventually we came up with the African Recovery and Resilience Plan and said, everybody who wants to finance, this is the framework of collaboration and partnership. A plan that all of us can put our hearts on. It's integrated, it's coordinated, and is driven by the aspirations and the needs of the borrower. So you can see the challenges that has been there. They are fundamental. And so time for the reforms is with us.
Yeah. So we have not that much time left, but I want to talk about, to close, get each of your perspectives on sort of what tangible things can be done to change the system. Look, I talked to Karsten a little bit about what's happening on tax, where we have seen African nations make a push and actually successfully get a resolution passed at the UN. And some of those conversations are starting to happen. We saw a report from the Secretary General. There's some movement there. There's certainly a need on debt to figure out a better way, because the current G20 mechanisms are not working very well and certainly very slowly. And so I'm curious your thoughts on what sort of steps can be taken to change. A lot of what we talked about is really big change, but you've got to start somewhere. You've got to take some steps along that journey to get things moving. And so I'm curious your thoughts on that.
Sure, I'll kick off. So one, I think, just to really very quickly on debt, we need to remember that the African continent's overall external debt is about less than 2% of global external debt, right? So the idea that debt and dealing with debt of a country like Zambia or Kenya or whatever is a massive issue for the world, I think we really need to be very, very careful about how that is actually, the reality is that's not really the true. So I think
a massive issue for those countries.
For those countries, of course, Zambia's taxpayers, earn just over $1,000 a month. US taxpayers earn over 70,000 on average. So, there are some significant differences in being able to deal with these issues. So, but in any case, just in terms of solutions, I think I've talked about Borrowers Club, but I think there's things like special drawing rights being reallocated into the African Development Bank is one which we've been talking about for over 2 years now, not actually been done, and the African Development Bank doing a lot of work on that. And they are at the forefront. African financial institutions are really at the forefront of doing a lot for the continent and doing it very well. And in addition, I would say working on an African monetary fund is also another one, which would deal with some of these issues that we've talked about with regards to the franc and so on, and currency would also be another idea that needs to be pushed.
I think there are, in addition to what Hannah has mentioned, there is a number of big issues there that are a problem, from the borrower's perspective. And a really key one is the lending in hard currency, because when it comes to debt, that's the first thing to really push, because that, again, that risk needs to be absorbed by some of the lending institutions. They can use that by blending in a different way, by using some of the other in a way that actually takes that risk away, takes that cost from the countries that borrow. That's a political decision, quite frankly. It's not technical. It's something that shareholders can decide to do. There are other things about de-risking private investment that can be done. Again, that's what we want. We want to create more jobs, better trade in Africa. That will need the private capital to come in. But there are a lot of perceived regulatory barriers, but actually the more sort of behavioral issues than real regulatory barriers around, the type of investment, how you can invest a pension fund or, insurance, that they're sort of self-imposed, but they're not really that. It's about educating, the investors, educating, the regulators. Those are all things that can be done, quite easily and will be fairly fundamentals. It's about, sort of different DFIs, IFIs coming together to share the risk, creating co-financing platforms. That will also reduce the cost of borrowing, will make it a lot more affordable. Fundamentally, to me, it's starting with the incentives I was talking about. A lot of these things are possible if the institutions really focus, to changing what the reward in terms of success internal. Because if people don't feel it's worth, doing deals are smaller, they can, sort of really support African investors, or, that there are too risky, or, in countries that are too, sort of volatile, then nothing is going to change.
If I jump in, and 2 cents maybe advice to these institutions, as in the private sector, succeed because of listening to the market and being market driven. I think the global financial system needs to listen to its clients, who includes the developing world. The second aspect has been brought out very strongly by a colleague about equity. If Africa is 20% of the land mass of the world, why get 2% of total financing? If Africa has 40% of the strategic green minerals which can solve the issue of climate change, why allocate it 2% when its raw material is 40%? If Africa has 65% of a neutralized arable land that requires investment, why allocate it 2% when it has 65% of the raw material? The issue of equity, and by extension fairness, needs to be revisited.
And so are there instruments that you think can be created to do that? I mean, you talked about foreign, the foreign exchange risk. Does that help an institution like yours do more? Does it help other African institutions grow to create that local market so that you start to solve in the long term some of these challenges? You have more local currency lending, you're less reliant on outside flows, and you can create a better market system.
It is true. If you look at Kenya, when it relied on the financial commercials of a banking system, only 4% of the entire population had access to financial services. Come in local financial institutions, playing on the same rules, same regulation, 90% of the population has bank accounts. Make the systems relevant to the entire world. It's a skewed system designed to create success and failure. You can't have such a system in a marketplace. A marketplace system needs to be fair and objective. And that is why risk could be measured fairly and objectively, so that you qualify based on your needs and your capability to repay, but not by designing the system.
Theodore, do you have some final words to close us off?
I think if we pick one or two of the suggestions my colleague made, we are in such in a better shape. But I was going to say that there's a much more fractured and nuanced conversation to be had beyond lending and borrowing. You know, we're talking about now consensus around on which currency. You have countries across Africa now that are saying, why do we need to transact using the dollar between Kenya and Eritrea, where we could have our own currency? So I think we could bring the conversation closer to what does it take to build safety and reduce the inequities that we have. And I think it's going to require much more blended financing schemes where we pick lessons from DFIs and philanthropy and, you know, investments that we have seen in the past, and to center that around people and values that we want to see in the world.
Great. Well, thank you all so much for this great conversation. I think you've given everyone a lot of food for thought, and maybe you've got some converts to the fight to make a difference and push forward some of these proposals. So thank you all so much.
All right. Well, we have two more really exciting conversations left, and we also have a special surprise for you after that before we break for the reception. So definitely want to stick around for that. We still have a conversation with Mark Malik Brown and President Tarja Halonen. But to kick us off, I will hand it over to my colleague, Anna Gall. Anna?
Hello, everyone. I wanted to extend a special welcome to former President of Finland, Tarja Halonen, who was the 11th president and the country's first female head of state. She assumed office in 2000, was reelected in 2006, serving until 2012. She began as a lawyer in the Central Organization of Finnish Trade Unions in 1970 and held the position throughout her political career. And she is also chair of the Lancet Commission on Peaceful Societies through Health Equity and Gender Equality, which recently issued a report that examines how improvements in health equity and gender equality can transform societies. So let's go ahead and start there. Can you talk a bit about why focus on health and gender over other SDGs to achieve peace, justice, and strong institutions? And can you expound on what some of the linkages are?
So I think that most of you, perhaps every one of you, know very well that the SDGs is we made a long process. I was chairing the Rio process, and then the diplomats tried to shrink all these fine ideas to the 17 goals. And so we have all the time underlined the fact that even they are different goals, so they have a certain influence in each other. And that's why we need more the studies that in which way and the different goals can affect another. And of course, can tell that I have been quite a long time a feminist also, so I have been very much interested in the gender equality. And now, which I could say, Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the UN, is now, I think, the second or third Secretary General who says that if you don't support the gender equality, so you can forget the SDGs. So we were interested in that part, but then I'm also the member of the advisory board of mediation to Guterres. So I have been also earlier interested in the fact that why certain societies are more peaceful than the others. Of course, you can have a terrible neighbor, or it can be a war and so, but also the societies themselves can be more or less peaceful. And then the old truth in the sociology has been that there are several things which are important, and then we try to see that how these cycles start to do. And now we have tried to see that whether health, which has been very important for every single person, that how the health situation and then the gender equality might have an importance, because we had more the feeling that the facts about the different researches that they might be in some kind of connection, that they might strengthen each other if they are going well. And so Lancet, as you know, this corporation, they were interested in that, and also earlier the previous Swedish government, then they stopped it, but Lancet continued. And then a couple of weeks ago, we succeeded, after our work for 3 years, we succeeded to make a report which strengthened our feelings that this is an idea to research more, that these three goals, health and gender and peace, have a very strong connection to each other. So we made just a first report on that, and if you are interested, just go on. You will find it in internet, and so we are very interested to continue also that which are especially the situations where you can help that.
Yeah, it's interesting reading. Saw it on Lancet.com. Are there any particular case studies that you use to illustrate these linkages?
We have several studies from different continents, but sorry to say that at least so far we have not found systematically a collection of the different peace processes what have been all around the world in our time. So it would be very useful to do. Perhaps the UN universities could do that. Those which have been successful and those who have not been successful. And we have had those in Colombia. We have had those in some of Africa. I have also seen myself some steps concerning the peace processes in the Middle East. But these are peace processes where, how could I say it in decent way? The women have not been very, very well represented in the peace processes, but some of them, they have been in rank and file level, and we have seen also some evidences on that. So if I don't go in different details, I could say that some of the conflicts you are perhaps the most interested, like Syria, or like Ukraine, sorry to say, they have not had so far peace processes. So we cannot do that, but we can say that areas have also tried to make the rank and file concepts and see that which kind of importance, for instance, the health has, and that's why I welcome very warmly that now these UN meetings this year, they have taken health in many ways much more strongly than earlier, because that's very essential part of the modern broader security thinking.
Now, on that note, you've talked a lot in your career about gender in politics. This is an issue we've explored today and yesterday, and it's obviously talked about.
You are fed up, aren't you? Please don't.
Yeah, it's talked about. Action is a different thing. What are some of your current views? Are you at least seeing progress in terms of having female heads of state and women at the top, or are you a bit frustrated at the lack of progress?
Would you like to get my very, very short and blunt answer? Always when they say that the female leaders different, they make different kind of decisions. So I try to say in a very calm way, Madam, we have not enough scientific evidence in that, but I hope that in the coming years we get enough female leaders in different sectors that we can make also the very good scientific conclusions. Men and women are different, and might be that after 50 years, our grandchildren will say to us that why you were so interested in gender, because it's just no matter that whether it's man or woman or something between or something else. And then we say that, my dear, at that historical situation, it had a lot of importance because women were underrepresented, and second was that they have been in such kind of the different positions that they view of themselves and the surrounding world is different. So it was very fruitful to get 50 plus 50 together and get more than 100%. So that is now the answer. It seems to be so that women, anyway, if we take the conflicts, so the women are those who are keeping the society going on while there is a conflict or in other way, the risky situation. And that's why women also know pretty well the everyday needs of the people. And that's why we have very strongly said already that women should be much more represented in peace processes. There is also the UN New Paras, which also tell that should be women in that way treated. And I have to say very openly that the present Secretary General Guterres has kept his promise that when the time when he was elected first time to be the Secretary General, we tried to get a woman for the Secretary General from Eastern Europe was then in the rotation, and we didn't make it. And then Guterres promised that I will keep the gender equality like it would be a woman, and pretty well done. But let's hope that also in UN next time, when in rotation the Secretary General will be from Latin America, if somebody is from there. So we hope very much that when there are a lot of good candidates, that you can also find one. Okay.
Not just on gender equality, but health equity through going back to the study. What were some of the main impediments to progress that you found?
I think that the fact that it is everywhere, I already mentioned the Secretary Generals, but also business life has succeeded to be much more than what I, some 20 years ago, thought. So I think that now the good side, the best side of the SDGs is that, of course, the bureaucracy, presidents and ministers and parliaments are most welcome. But we cannot only solve this issue by them. We need also the business community, we need academia, we need NGOs, we need also be ourselves, all the individuals. And that's way now when you ask that what is important, I think that in all these different sectors, you see it very well. But there are also such kind of the sectors which have not advanced so well, but we hope. I take one example. I personally work with the UNCCD, which is an UN organization concerning desertification, one of the climate change consequences. And could you imagine that it's more than 100 countries in UN family where women cannot have a land property or inherit land? And if we think that the food issue has been, I think also in your discussions quite much, that if we are training bigger farmers and smaller farmers, but if the women cannot have this land property, so do you think that we will treat equally then female and male farmers? So sometimes it needs only that you see your own sector with open eyes and think that is the things also here all right. But I think that in education, it has been generally taken very good steps forward. Of course, we have a terrible back steps like Afghanistan, also some other places where it seemed to be more hidden system. But generally taken, I would say that education, health issue is a very sensitive one. So especially I would say that sexual and reproductive rights the health also, but also even more the rights. It has been a very sensitive area in many ways in many countries.
And now, lastly, you have seen the evolution of the MDGs. We've been talking a lot about the SDGs and how far away we are from being on track with them. Do you foresee that we can somehow get back on track, or given the dismal numbers, that maybe that's not a possibility?
So I was already in MDGs on board. So people said in that time that you have nice ideas, but you are with the blue eyes, like we are both. Practically.
And matching black and white
yes,
as well.
Yeah, we didn't agree that beforehand, so it's somehow in the nature. So we were we did much more progressive what people thought. So I say that better to be a little bit innocent and to active than to say that it cannot work. We are now halfway in the marathon or game or whatever you want to say. And this is really very frustrated situation in such a way that we started the SDGs very well. Many of you remember that MGCs and SDGs are just a political commitment. And even I'm a former lawyer, so it seems to be quite effective. But then we even made a legally binding Paris climate change agreement. And then we were very optimistic. We can do that. We knew about how to do. We had resources and we have everything. And then step by step, it has gone backwards. And because I'm a European, I say very openly that we Europeans have been a little bit hypocrites. We thought that the war cannot be in the larger scale in Europe. And now we know the Russia and Ukraine and all that. But we try now to learn the same what we have said all the others, Africa, Asia, Latin America, that you should be able to solve that many challenges at the same time. Now we are in the same way, in the same situation. So you can every now and then also remind us that, yes, we know you have this terrible war in Ukraine, but still the climate change is going on and still we need all these reforms. And so would you like to try to solve several issues at the same time?
It's not exactly easy. Now, unfortunately, we don't have time for an audience Q&A, but I do want to point out we have a special guest in the audience, Caroline Anstey, who's president and CEO of PACT, a global NGO, who had an 18-year career with the World Bank Group. So, Caroline, I'm just wondering if you have some perspective on our discussion. I think should be on.
Thank you, President Halonen. It's a fascinating report, and thank you for producing it. And I see in our work, we work a lot with community health workers throughout Africa on HIV/AIDS and some other issues. You see that linkage of women who are in the community bolstering social stability, social structures, governance, and that contributes to peace. I think my big question that I'm left with is how much, when we talk about links between governance, peace, gender, health expenditures, how much are we undermined by two things? Lack of joined up government and lack of joined up development. And what do I mean by that? I mean, we still think of development in silos. There's health, there's gender equity, there's governance, there's judicial reform. We don't put them together. And then in countries where social stability is threatened, the minute those countries run into trouble, high debt, fiscal crises, we cut health. Governments cut health, and without making the argument about how that's going to impact on a democracy dividend or on peace or on stability. So my question is, you've been a minister, how do you change that narrative to take gender equity and mainstream it throughout all the ministries? And how do you stop health and gender being the kind of Cinderella of spending when you run into tough times?
So thank you. Your introduction to the question was so good that I almost could say that you already gave the answer, because we all guessed that what you meant. But if I make it another way around, so COVID-19 was a very, very different experience. I happen to be now representing Finland, one of the Nordic countries, my own country, in a so-called Monti Commission, which has a World Health Organization's regional commission. And we noticed that in the countries where women were in many sectors leading in this pandemic work, they succeeded better than those where the women were not. And as you can guess, in the most of the countries, women are a major labor force in health, but also in education, culture, and in many and social areas, social politics. And it seems to be so that when these women had already this experience, which has made before pandemic, because during the pandemic, you don't do it too much. So they really made much better result. And so I think that when we all know very well that the next pandemic might be already behind the corner or at the doorsteps gate, so it would be now time to see that how well we have trained and given also our, how could I say, trust in these women who are doing that every day, and also to give enough resources. And I come from the country like other Nordics that we have a large public sector, and it seems to be easier. But I know that in most of the countries, they have at least mixed system where the private side is very, very important part. And also in Nordic countries partly. So we should also think in which way we can mix these, combine these two sectors. And also when you took the women, the gender equality, so we should see it in all sectors and all levels, because very easily it happens at hospital that you have a lot of nurses, even doctors who are women, but then the directors,
yeah,
a little bit less.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, please join me in thanking President Halonen for joining us today.
Thank you very much for your interest.
Thank you.
Well, we have, believe it or not, come to the end of the Devex UNGA sessions and even near the end of the UN General Assembly week. It's been a marathon and a sprint at the same time, as it always is. And you know this better than I think anyone. So we are so honored to have Mark Malloch Brown, the president of the Open Society Foundations, close out our program here at the UN General Assembly. And maybe just, I want to talk about OSF. You're in the news a lot in ways you may like or not. I want to talk about all of that, but I do want to just start with your take on this year's UN General Assembly, Mark, because it is kind of, in a way, a window on the state of the world. And, you've had your shoulder against the wheel of these issues for a really long time. You were the Deputy Secretary General. You helped to create the Millennium Development Goals. Now you're working on the Sustainable Development Goals. What did this year's UN General Assembly in particular mean to you? What should we all take away from it?
Well, I think it was quite a problematic one, actually. When you have a chief executive of an organization open it by saying it's broken, it doesn't work, it's challenging because, I think that's sort of got very much echoed what other people felt, and this, in a way, unfortunate coincidence that all but one of the P5 heads of government were not here, only Biden was here, all contributed to a sense of, perhaps losing relevance. Having said that, they sort of managed to pull not exactly some white rabbits out of hats, but limbs of rabbits out of hats. The SDG outcome was a bit better than it looked as though it's going to be a few weeks earlier. You know, Biden, Guterres made a little bit of a virtue of saying that you can only come to my climate event if you've lived up to your commitments. And, you know, the British Prime Minister managed to put a very large foot in his mouth back in Britain by using that exact day to back off the targets that the Brits had. A bit of a British story. I mean, you know, I'm not sure it had much echo here, but, you know, so and maybe the final point is to say, I mean, you know, I've for many years felt that a little bit like those of theatre goers who go to the Edinburgh Festival, you know, for a long time, the Edinburgh Fringe, the unofficial festival, has been a more dynamic place than the official festival. And there's an element of that nowadays about UNGA, you know, that the energy is in the events around it, including this, rather than the main event itself. And I think that remains the case. And, you know, that's really the case because the action on the thing that was top of mind probably for most heads of government speakers was MDB reform, extra finance for poverty and climate. And that doesn't happen here at UNGA. If it happens at Marrakesh. It potentially happens at the G7. It happens at other places.
Yeah, the number of conversations I had that said, well, when we get to Marrakesh, when we get to Dubai, right? But here we are in New York, what's coming out of this? You know, you run an institution that has been focused on a core set of issues, democracy and human rights. Right now, we know the SDGs are way off track, but probably the most off track are democracy and human rights. We've had 2 decades of backsliding on these issues. I know you just put out, I think, the world's largest poll ever on this question. Some 36,000 people you interviewed in 30 countries. They basically said they believe in democracy. So that's sort of the good news headline. Underneath that, young people believe in democracy the least. And I guess I wonder, before we talk about what OSF itself is doing, what is the state? Why have we had 2 decades of a decline? What is the current state of democracy and human rights?
Well, I think there are different regions. It's a slightly different answer, but, you know, common to much of it is it ain't delivering. And in that sense, people are not just critical of democracy. They're critical of incumbent forms of government which are not delivering. I mean, you know, we're living in a world where very reasonably people's aspirations and expectations are growing at a vast rate. People aspire to see their kids have a decent education, to have health care for themselves and their families, to have security in their streets, to have, you know, not have criminal gangs in their neighborhoods. And, you know, all these sort of basic asks are frustrated at the moment and by, you know, governments that aren't delivering. Now, the good news is democratic governments, because they have the safety valve that if they don't do very well, you can boot them out. And, you know, they have, you know, a culture of much greater sort of serious policy engagement, probably are the long distance runners versus the authoritarian governments, which, you know, are populist, don't really have enduring solutions to much, and, you know, overstay their welcome and have no decent exit strategy because they don't believe in elections. So I think the swing of the pendulum will come back, but for now, this delivery issue at a time of demographic change in the world is creating a crisis for government and therefore also a crisis for democracy.
And you are leading the world's largest foundation working on that crisis. So maybe we can just for a minute talk about what's happening at OSF. And I'll lay out a couple of kind of the data points and you can tell us what's happening. Yeah. You know, just as one of many examples of the pushback you get. Just this week here in New York, Elon Musk said you are trying to destroy Western civilization. But this is just one. And after many, many statements from all kinds of world leaders and others who call out the foundations, you are embarked on a major reform. You've got a new chairman in Alex Soros, 37-year-old son of George. You've got layoffs planned of something like 40% or more than 40% of staff as you embark on this major reform. So what is happening at OSF? How should we understand it?
Well, I think that, you know, and by the way, you know, as my colleagues often wryly observe, you can tell the quality of an institution by its choice of enemies. And Elon Musk joins a distinguished rogues gallery of Donald Trump, Viktor Orban, and Mr. Putin. So, you know, in that sense, we're pretty proud of our enemies. But I think, you know, and it probably is worth observing that the first time he attacked George Soros personally, it was just after we'd announced that we'd sold Tesla stock. So, you know, I think take with a slight pinch of salt Elon Musk's suddenly discovery of the virtues of Western civilization. I think his stock price is probably a, you know, a bigger motivator. But let me, and I'm sure I'll be reading about myself on X tomorrow morning after.
Very possibly, yes. Some of this might be there.
Yeah, and if we don't, it means your distribution isn't as good as we all thought, right? So look, let me just say that, I mean, I think that the foundation sector itself faces a little bit of an existential crisis. You know, OSF, because we're in politics and democracy and human rights, maybe at the very front end of that. But, you know, foundations in much less controversial areas like health, climate, you know, are facing similar challenges to what's the source of your legitimacy? You know, what right have you to apply very large private fortunes to the solution of public problems that is the better provenance of governments? And so I think there's a huge challenge, and foundations have tended to respond to this challenge by, and this isn't perhaps quite the right phrase because I completely understand why, but the sort of whole trust-based philanthropy to sort of in a way hide behind the grantee who becomes the source of legitimacy because they are in their community helping and working for people they care about. And, you know, my vision for OSF is that our legitimacy comes from something else. It is certainly about the trust of our grantees, but it goes beyond that to us being able to say, look, by the use of private money, we are achieving things that public money couldn't achieve because we can take risks, we can be deeply patient about investing in long-term changes, we can be very quick about urgent opportunities and changes. And so judge us by our performance. But if you want to be judged by your performance, then you better perform. And, you know, you said it, for 18 years has been a steady setback in democracy and in human rights. So on the sort of meta metric of outcome, we're not doing very well. And so, you know, we're really trying to sort of refashion ourselves as an organization which says democracy is a huge subject. We're a biggish foundation, biggest in this sector, but still a minnow compared to the size of the problem. So how do we really sort of identify the problems where we can make a difference, partner with grantees around a shared strategic frame of how to make a difference, and be very accountable to each other about that difference. And so we're moving from a foundation which, you know, had a huge portfolio of grantees to a more focused one. And of course, many grantees are rightly anxious, and, you know, and I understand that, but what I would equally say is we're making sure that a big slug of our spending is retained for those sort of long-term human rights and other partners, both globally, but also in difficult places like Palestine, for example, where there are not other funders, that we will go on supporting, because groups like human rights defenders, if we desert them, then we're betraying our fundamental mission. So we're going to stick with the grantees who need us, but add on to that a much better focus, I hope, on getting results. And the, you know, final thing I'd just say is, you know, the tragedy about when you make changes in an organization like this is everybody who joins us has joined us because they're passionate about these subjects. They are driven by a strong sense of vocation. So when you have to say to some of them, we really can do it now with a smaller staff, and we can do it sharper and quicker and nimbler with a smaller staff. It's not just like giving somebody a pink slip from a regular job. It is a very deep emotional moment for both sides. And you know, we'll take every effort to make sure those who do leave us go on to very successful careers elsewhere in this same sector.
So a lot of what you're doing, it sounds like, is focusing your efforts and being able to take bigger bets. I guess I'm wondering, are you just changing the size of your grants, or are you changing the way you play the game? Because it seems like your opponents, as big as you are, your annual budget is what, $1.5 billion a year or so? Maybe your opponents are bigger when you think of platforms like X.
Yeah, no, we're up against a formidable, you know, and we're up against states which have assets, armies, security, you know, a ton of stuff we don't have. But I suppose, you know, I come out of a career originally in politics, and the one thing I told my candidates always was, you know, if you've got the best idea, if truth is on your side, even if the other guys have got a lot more money, we'll probably prevail. And so I'm pretty confident.
And you still think that's true?
Yeah, no, I'm pretty confident it'll come our way. Don't think it'll come our way overnight, though. This is going to be a long fight. And so to the point, no, it's not just about bigger grants. I mean, if I just take democracy, for example, you know, we've experimenting with something we call the Democracy Lab, to give you that sense. And it's all about, you know, new approaches, new champions, new ways of rescuing something which had sort of, in a sense, been almost captured by a sort of Washington establishment in the election sector, and where we think we've got to get fresh champions, fresh approaches. So, you know, we're very much going to try and be innovators in this space, and nor is it all going into big grants. A absolutely critical piece of OSF was always our global dispersed presence, our ability to give small grants to actually nurture organizations and individuals for our fellowships from the very beginning. And, you know, that is absolutely key to our DNA, and we're not going to desert or leave that.
It does seem like the U.S. will become a more important focus. Is that right? U.S. politics?
Well, look, yeah, and we're very frank. We've made a bet that, you know, we think American democracy is on the ballot next year. And, you know, if American democracy loses, the global implications are hugely consequential. So, you know, this again, for a foundation which doesn't, you know, is impatient with the sort of normal institutional balances that you spend X in this country and Y and that much and that, because you did that much last year, so you do it plus 5% this year. You know, the core of Soros's father and sons sort of, if you like, philanthropic entrepreneurialism is to say the crisis today is in the US. We've got to tackle it head on. So we're spending $300 million in the US. 5 years ago, we were spending 100 million. And so we'll go on, you know, where we see a threat and challenge to democracy, we don't mind surging in, because, you know, that's the sort of political opportunism that we talk about. It's not a partisan opportunism, but it is about just being absolutely ruthless with ourselves about identifying the immediate threats to democracy as well as the longer term ones, and going after them with a forensic discipline.
It is going to be a very hard challenge to change that curve, that 18-year trend line. Is that how we should measure the success of this reform?
Well, it's a very good question, because it's a, you know, a meta trend line. And of course, you know, ultimately, if it moves, it'll not be just because of us. It will be because of, you know, a whole ecosystem of partners and progressive political people and just Democrats, left and right, around the world. So, you know, I think for us, it's always about seeding things. Ultimately, it's the longer term capital rather than the more urgent capital, which will make the difference. I mean, I'd be fooling myself. I thought we were going to change the outcome of the American election, and it would be appalling if a foundation could. It's going to need every American to step up to do that. But, you know, I do think looking forward, we're moving from this sort of market-based era of globalization to one where states are going to be, again, much more active around trade, climate, geopolitics, security, the rest. And so for us, helping seed the organizations and the thinking and the partners who between them will create the philosophy of that new balance between state and market and civil society is where the ultimate sweet spot is. Who will be the next Roosevelts or Trumans, or to take the next time the changes came, the next Reagans or Thatchers, but who are going to build this sort of progressive vision of a kind of inclusive democracy at home and abroad. And it's not going to get designed in London or Washington by the think tanks that design the New Deal or Reaganite economics. It's going to be designed by think tanks in the global south and in other places. So, for us to sort of seek out those people, give them the means to think about the future look of democracy in this new world, is, I think, the really important sort of mission of OSF going forward.
Well, we wanted to end this day and this 2 days of meetings and conversations with you and with this topic, in part because it is underlying everything else we've talked about. Whether we can achieve results on climate and health and so many of the other issues reflected in the SDGs comes down to whether people have the voice that they need to address them. So it has been a real pleasure, as always. Mark Malik Brown, thank you for sharing the stage. Thank you. And I'd like to ask my colleague Kate Warren to join me on stage as we close out the sessions. So Kate,
it's been a great few days that we've been here. Lots of great
it
conversation.
has been incredible. I want a huge thank you to everybody who's here and to those who've been following online and to the whole Devex team.
Yeah, we have an amazing crew both here in New York and around the world supporting this. So huge shout out to them. We couldn't do this without all of you.
That's right. That's right. No, we've covered so many things this last few days. Anything that stands out to you, Kate, in particular that you want to highlight?
I think that we have a lot of doom and gloom. I think that phrase was said on the stage several times,
yes.
Which we know, right? But I personally get very excited about these events because we get to interact and meet with so many of our readers and hear about the work they're doing despite that doom and gloom and the optimism they still have. And, not afraid to roll up their sleeves. No, it's a lot of hard work ahead, but still feeling energized by the community that we serve and that we inform, and really, excited to see what we can actually do in the months, years, decades to come.
And the number of leaders and practitioners on the stage who clearly are not here to say, oh, we're just going to keep doing the same thing we've been doing. There is a lot changing in the development sector. A lot of people are trying new things. Not all of it's going to work. But this is a moment when
new things and new people, new players.
Yeah, that's right.
I feel like you've been to UNGA. What is this? Maybe your 20th?
I came in '96 for the first time.
But I've been hearing a lot of people saying there's new faces, new players, and I think we need everyone on board. Now that was another discussion on the stage here, that we need not just your typical humanitarians, but we need everyone on board to actually make a change.
That's right. Well, I know we're moving to our cocktail reception. I don't want to hold us back from that, but I do think we should say a word about our partners who make an event like this possible.
We do, and we are really grateful to all of our partners who have helped us. We have our innovation partners that you've heard from over the past couple of days: Abbott, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, Catholic Relief Services, Food for the Hungry, the Fred Hollows Foundation, Heifer International, Medtronic Labs, One Side Essilor-Luxottica Foundation, and Open Society Foundations. We have our ecosystem partners: AstraZeneca, the Country Connector on Private Sector in Health, GSK, MSD for Mothers, New Globe, the RBM Partnership to End Malaria, and UN WFP USA, and our supporting partners, HemoQ and the Task Force for Global Health. So thank you all so much. I did tease earlier that we do have a special guest surprise I'm excited about, but also I want to tease some of the things that are to come. Next week, we will have a virtual event, part of our Leader Roundtable series with GCI Health, that we're going to be talking about a lot of these big trends and how it's changing the way global health leaders are approaching development. We also will have a newsmaker in DC and online. If you're in DC and would like to attend, please let us know. With Rep. Castro, we'll be talking a lot about the localization agenda and the U.S. role in these global development issues. We'll have a team at World Bank annual meetings, and then we'll be at COP28. There's been a lot of discussion about climate and its impact on all of the SDGs. We'll have a summit on December 7th, so save the date if you'll be in Dubai. We hope to see you there. We will also be online. But thank you to all of you. But before we do break for drinks, I am really delighted to welcome to the stage award-winning Pan-African poet, peace advocate, Gates Foundation goalkeeper, campaigner at change.org, Mariam Hassan Bukhar, who has a special treat in store for us. Thank you, Mariam.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much to Devex team for having me. The poem that I have for you today basically talks about the issues that we're all fighting to address come 2030. And in fighting these issues, sometimes there's this voice in your head, right? And I'm here to tell you about the voice in my head. You see, the voice in my head, she will always battle me, argue with me, tell me keep my mouth out of what doesn't concern me. See, she only looks out for me and her, so she is selfishly selfless. It is for the greater good, she will always say. And you see, each time I believe her, I became smaller. Each time I yearned for her approval and dreaded our clash. We couldn't share the same place. I was never at peace with her in the same space. See, she is the voice in my head, but I became bolder. Fly, I commanded her. Spread your wings, I urged. Do you feel it? The turbulence in the sky, losing balance before I even counted to 5. Are you scared? In the whirlwind, I remembered. Didn't we see him yesterday as he yawned, his body like a sack of bones, looked like it was going to crumble? We had that conversation. I told her to offer that plate of food, but being logical, she said, this will not cure 5 years of hunger, so I shrugged and wondered at abject poverty. You see how it rhymes with poetry? Sometimes in a different language. I understand. You've got clean water, but they only drink of what the dirt remains as it soaks into earth, germinating seeds, creating shades that we still cut off with our very own hands, yet we scream, climate change. Or how we pass through institutions of learning, trading ignorance for bliss. And we remembered Ahmed, may his soul rest in peace, in his attempt to get food by force. He searched for employment in vain. He became smoke. Or how we laughed at the protruding stomach of the body that laid next to us. In her otherwise jolly spirit, the only thing she said was, if they don't fix these hospitals, they will kill you and me with you. But do you know that we can do something about it by implementing the SDGs, because they be providing a framework for pursuing government strategic objectives. So let's quit playing the government blame game. We all have a role to play, and maybe we see it as a film, because all we need now is a team, say the Avengers. Because Lord knows sometimes some of us will have to wear a Hulk mask or be a Thor, and whoever you are, there are a lot of characters to pick from. See, my point is government cannot do it alone, and it is an entity. Without all of us, it becomes an empty thing. And only through partnerships and collaborative relationships can there be an accelerated progress towards achieving the SDGs. And we know that Rome was not built in a day, but Rome was built together. Each laborer had at work at the end of their own fence. And this is how we will raise the momentum today and for generation to come. So while we deliberate on the things that will outlive us, let us not neglect the things that will help us live. Thank you. Have a good evening.
I think the bar is open, so please join us for a drink, and thank you all for joining us today.